Zabinzels, would you like a spin, sir? And if so, we could do that right now. Thanks, man. We are also live on YouTube. So what this YouTube stream is going to be... Mochi, these are peanuts. You don't eat peanuts. No. No. Mochi's looking at me weird. We are going... Yeah, YouTube is live. So we're going to watch and talk about Bloodborne. This is kind of like the after-hours show. So, there's no gameplay here outside of the YouTube videos. You want to spin? You got it, sir. But we are going to talk about the game, watch the game, understand the lore of the game. That is our job right now, okay? And here you are, Mr. Zabinzels, for 5 gifted. So, if you guys have video suggestions, you type them in now, because now we can put them on. Okay, so what should I watch? One sec. Mochi, you are crazy. What is the video? For the overview. Motherhood themes in Bloodborne. What's this one? Hang on. Sorry, Zabinzels, my brain. Sorry, dude. 25%. That's going to be 750 seconds, sir. Sorry, there's a lot going on. My phone got pinged. We're here, though. So 750 has been added. Thank you. Wait, shit. Did I leave the timer on and not pause it when I left? I think I forgot to pause it. Yeah, okay, so let me add 1 hour. No shit, I forgot. 25% is great, dude, no worries. The Brothers Code, watch this one for the overview. Let me just see the length of them. But they're only an hour, so the Brothers Code is 1 hour long. Should it not be longer? Is it just not that in-depth? Is this an overview including the DLC? It is. This is the DLC. Okay. So this is an overview of everything. Okay, so I think we'll watch this one because it looks like it contains a lot. Okay. So, we are going to watch The Brothers Code. Mochi, are you licking my leg, you little gremlin? Get over there! Go, go, go! Okay. Let's do it then. So we'll start with this video. And from this video, we'll turn it into something else if we need more. Okay? Which we probably will. So this is Bloodborne. From The Brothers Code on YouTube. But let's go. So we finished Bloodborne. So TLDR of what we're doing right now is we beat Bloodborne. I gave the game, I'm going to give it like a solid 9. I'm going to give Bloodborne like a solid 9. Maybe not 9.25. 9, I think is where it should be. And it is my favorite narrative so far, even though I don't know all about it. It still is my favorite concept. 9 is great. No, 9's excellent. I really do like Bloodborne. 9.25. It's going to be 9. And there's a lot in the way of, like, ascension and returning to, like, some sort of animalistic state. I can understand the whole, you know, wanting to be more and all this crap, but, like, I really don't know what the fuck the whole, the curse of the werewolf shit is. Was everyone destined to become monsters, and the only way to get out of that was to ascend? Everyone was living with this predestined fucking, like, disease? I don't know. I'm very curious. but I do want to know. So we are going to watch this, and then we will watch the alternate endings. By the end of tonight, in about 4 hours, we should be good to go entirely on what Bloodborne is. Okay, so let's watch this. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. This is from the Brothers Code on YouTube. All right, let's go. If it covers all the endings, even better, too. All right. I'll talk later about the new games. I'm not sure yet. Wait. When did this happen? Oh, that happened when you beat the crab guy in the lake. I completely forgot she was standing there. You know, I wasn't even aware of who she was at that time. Rom. This is right after you beat Rom, and then she turns into the queen. Because the bombshell of the whole game for me, not that it meant anything, initially, was the Queen of Yharnam. Her name was Yharnam. And from what we know, is she was going to be the surrogate mother of a great one. That's how they reproduce. All the old eldritch creatures in this universe reproduce through surrogate mothers, so they need another person to birth their babies. The people of Yharnam wanted that power, so they yoinked the baby out of her. Right? And I guess all of that maybe was the catalyst for this happening. I'm not sure. Anyways, let's go. The Blood Contract, Chapter 1.
The Thumerian race existed centuries prior to the events that occurred in the city.
The Thumerian race were the people before Yharnam, right? This is all the Chalice Dungeon shit. Okay, just so we're clear.
Yharnam, yet the echoes of what took place in the labyrinth deep underground still resonate in the present day, a never-ending ripple that impacts the livelihood of every Yharnamite, and arguably puts the entire existence of the human race in question. Thumerians were a race of advanced human beings that had obtained the knowledge of the Eldritch Truth, a state of existence that the Great Ones inhabited. Before acquiring this knowledge, the Thumerians carved out a labyrinth deep below the city of Yharnam. This labyrinth was known as the Labyrinth of Thumeru. Notice that the term used is carved rather than discovered a labyrinth. This is intentional, as the details of the central Thumeru chalice states, the old labyrinth was carved out by the Thumerians. This is a significant detail, as it implies that the Thumerians did not mistakenly stumble across underground ruins, but rather built a subterranean civilization deep underground, demonstrating that they were extremely intelligent, and had superhuman abilities prior to encountering the Great Ones. It is within these tombs that the Thumerians came in contact with the Great Ones. This marked humanity's first encounter with multidimensional beings that can exist across several planes of existence. Attempting to fathom the Great One's motivations or agendas was pointless, as understanding them was beyond our comprehension, or as Master Willem puts it, our eyes are yet to open. But we'll delve more into that later on. Great Ones were essentially gods in the eyes of mere humans, and the Thumerians worshipped them as such. The early Thumerians were servants of the Great Ones, and both species coexisted in harmony. The Thumeru civilization.
So essentially what these things are, these Thumerians are like Cthulhu cultists. There's some sort of, they're like an ancient race of people. They dug out all these labyrinths and things. Did they live down here? I guess this was their civilization. And in doing so, they uncovered Great Ones, right? Typically when you've got any sort of eldritch horror, all these other things, they typically just are here. And they're not necessarily hiding in plain sight, but like, since the Earth is so old and all these things, you know, you've got like an eldritch being at the center of the Earth. You've got an eldritch being at the bottom of the sea. You know, these creatures were always here. They have been for tens of thousands of years, whatever it may be. And I guess that's what the Thumerians found, right? They dug out these caverns. They lived down here, maybe, and they found them. They worshipped them. And whatever this leads into is eventually Yharnam, I suppose.
Civilization evolved over time, forming a hierarchical structure with a monarch in the position of power. The Thumeru,
and they're not necessarily evil because they don't know exactly. They're not really aware of what they are. They're just existing. They exist. The creatures exist, and they have. You can't understand them. Maybe they try to understand you. Mochi, what are you doing? Go, go. So they're not malevolent. At least that we know of, right? Maybe some of them were. I'm not sure.
States the Pthumerian monarch was traditionally a woman who assumed a name with classical roots. This statement raises the question of why a woman specifically, and what is meant by assumed a name with classical roots. The latter is easier to answer, as choosing a name fitting for a monarch would suggest that the Pthumeru did not have a royal family, and that the monarch was elected, resulting in them needing to choose a name appropriate for the title. As for the former, it isn't entirely clear why a woman was chosen to rule, but perhaps a theory could be formed based on a blood contract made between the Great Ones and the Pthumerians. Let me explain. The Great Ones are unique beings. When comparing different Great Ones, there is no clear similarity between them. What constitutes a Great One? Surely being part of one species would result in some overlap or likeness.
Yeah,
Perhaps
they're not. There are a bunch of different elder
tangible construct. After all, we aren't expected to understand them. What we do know is due to their unique nature, they cannot breed with one another, resulting in them impregnating humans in order to reproduce. The Ring of Betrothal states, in the age of the Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract, only permitted to those stated to bear a special child. As stated by the ring, the Great Ones chose a Pthumerian to bear their child. The woman who was chosen in this—
One sec. Mochi! Come here! No. Mochi, come. Come. No, Mochi, come. Ow! Needs to stay out in the hallway for the time being. Sorry, because he's attacking me. Can't focus. Let's go again.
Them. What we do know is due to their unique nature, they cannot breed with one another, resulting in them impregnating humans in order to reproduce. The Ring of Betrothal—
So, there's a lot of these Great Ones, a lot of these creatures. They're obviously not one race because they all look vastly different. They're all some sort of cosmic entities, the vast unknown space. Or they come from different dark corners of the galaxy, whatever it may be, different dimensions. They can't reproduce, and so they need people to do so with. Right? That is the only way as a species they can thrive. So so that means they've been reproducing like this forever? I mean, you?
The Ring of Betrothal states, in the age of the Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract, only permitted to those stated to bear a special child. As stated by the ring, the Great Ones chose a Pthumerian to bear their child. The woman who was chosen in this case was Queen Yharnam. This relates back to the question of why a woman was chosen to rule. It could be argued that based on who the Great Ones choose to bear their next child, Pthumerians would elect that person as their next monarch. The blood contract was the gift of the blood of the Great Ones, gifted to Queen Yharnam, enabling her to next child. Pthumerians would elect that person as their next monarch. The blood contract was the gift of the blood of the Great Ones, gifted to Queen Yharnam, enabling her to conceive a Great One. This act put into motion what would be known as the collapse of a civilization. The Blood Rapture rune states, this rune resonates with servants of the Queen, carrier of the Child of Blood, who yearn for their Queen's blood with little hope of requitement. For them they find solace in Blood Rapture, that serves as a surrogate for their desires. This implies that once the blood of the Great One coursed through the veins of Queen Yharnam, the Pthumerians began to take notice of the power of the blood, and the healing factors it possesses. The overwhelming desire to commune with the Great Ones led the Pthumerians to succumb to the bloodlust and take the Queen's blood by force.
Yeah, they all went blood hungry because they all wanted the power that the baby had, right? That was giving it to her. That's what that was?
As it possesses. The overwhelming desire to commune with the Great Ones led the Pthumerians to succumb to the bloodlust and take the Queen's blood by force. In their blood-drunken state, the Pthumerians take Queen Yharnam's life, and with that, the life of her unborn child, Murgo. The defiled chalice reads, curses are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones and used to hex others. It is made apparent that murdering the child Murgo incited anger of the Great Ones, setting the curse of the blood upon the Pthumerians. Anyone who becomes enticed by the blood would succumb to their beastly instinct, transforming into the physical manifestation of what they had become, and thus began the scourge of beasts and the downfall of Pthumerians.
Wait, so everyone who gave into that bloodlust was cursed with becoming more of a beast. So everyone in the city is a fucking villain. Let me hear that again.
Take Queen Yharnam's life, and with that, the life of her unborn child, Murgo. The defiled chalice reads, curses are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones, and used
Inciting the anger of the Great Ones. This was a curse brought on by the Great Ones.
to hex others. It is made apparent that murdering the child Murgo incited anger in the Great Ones, setting the curse
Because it's their child, like no shit, yeah, okay.
of the blood upon the Thumerians. Anyone who becomes enticed by the blood would succumb to their beastly instinct.
Enticed by the blood. We're talking about the blood of the child, the blood of, like, the Great Ones, the blood of the enlightened, is that what that is? I mean, that's a pretty big fucking bombshell. I want to keep hearing
Veins
that.
of Queen Yharnam. The Thumerians take Queen Yharnam's life, and with that, the life of her unborn child, Murgo. The defiled chalice reads, curses are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones, and used to hex others. It is made apparent that murdering the child Murgo incited anger in the Great Ones, setting the curse of the blood upon the Thumerians. Anyone who becomes enticed by the blood would succumb to their beastly instinct, transforming into the physical manifestation of what they had become, and thus began the scourge of beasts, and the downfall of Thumeria.
Scholars of Bergenworth.
The Great Ones ascended into another realm of existence, abandoning the Thumerians to live out the rest of their existence as guardians of the slumbering Great Ones. Inevitably, the plague of beasts grew larger and spread like a disease, crumbling down the Thumerian civilization. Many years later, a group of scholars from Bergenworth Academy discovered the remains of Thumeria deep below the tombs of Yharnam. The scholars sent tomb prospectors to investigate the buried secrets that lay beneath. The prospectors would go on to discover references in the underground to an ancient land named Loran, which fell to the beastly plague. This was a sign of what's to come for any who meddle with the old blood. The fall of Loran was a precursor to the fall of Yharnam. However, the warning was not heeded, and the old blood was taken. As they descended deeper into the labyrinth, they also unearthed the remnants of the godlike beings, those who were left behind. It isn't far-fetched to say that everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Bergenworth. Bergenworth was an old learning institution located deep within the Forbidden Forest, away from the city of Yharnam. But this was no ordinary school. The institution was occupied by some of the greatest minds, and the scholars at Bergenworth were wholly dedicated to advancing the evolution of humankind and achieving.
Before I continue, what the fuck is the old blood? The old blood of the Thumerians? Or the old blood of the fucking unborn babies? What is the old blood? Because they found the old blood down here, right? The fucking... The school of Bergenworth, the... whatever, right? They went down into the Thumerian crypts. The Thumerians. So... Wait, did they drink the blood of the baby? Is that what that was? They took the power of the baby. They ripped the baby out of the girl, Queen Yharnam, and they started injecting themselves or drinking the blood of the baby to try and become ascended like the Great Ones. Or they got the blood from the Great Ones. Yeah, they found the blood of the Great Ones once used by the Thumerians. Well, that much I do know, but what about the Thumerians using it? Were they sucking the blood of the Great Ones? Because they ripped out the baby. They drank both her blood and baby's blood. So that's really what it was. That's what it was? Jesus. Okay. So I'm assuming they didn't fuck with the Great Ones then. I mean, I guess that makes sense, though. Yeah. So, sorry, what's that quote? Beware the old blood? What was that? What was that quote? Fear the old blood? Fear the old blood. So if you take the blood of the Thumerians, right? If you drink in that blood, you become more of a beast, right? It's the curse of their blood. You devolve, essentially, instead of ascend. What a twist of fate. What a twist of fate. Yeah, look at that, right? So they seek the power of enlightenment, but instead they were cursed with the exact opposite, that they would devolve into creatures. That's pretty cool, eh? for their defilement, right? Because the Great Ones, they need women to birth their kids. And everyone got greedy and said, well, I want the power. I want this. I want that. If that child can have it, if that mom can have it, I want that. And so they killed her, drank her blood, drank the baby's blood, whatever like that, right? And instead of being enlightened to the Great One state, they devolved into creatures because it was a curse from them. It's the curse of the old blood. Well, the old blood is the old one's blood. Mixed with people blood, I guess. I guess that makes sense. I'm understanding it. Okay.
Byrgenwerth. Byrgenwerth was an old learning institution located deep within the Forbidden Forest, away from the city of Yharnam. But this was no ordinary school. The institution was occupied by some of the greatest minds, and the scholars at Byrgenwerth were wholly dedicated to advancing the evolution of humankind and achieving higher planes of thought. The two key figures at Byrgenwerth were Master Willem, the head of the academy, and Lawrence, his well-respected and reputable apprentice. We'll discuss these two individuals in greater detail, as they are pivotal to the events that unravel. Following the discovery of the Old Blood, the priorities at Byrgenwerth shifted. The scholars studied the Great Ones intensely, and the more knowledgeable they became, the more they desired to ascend to the Great One status. The idea that humanity could evolve beyond what was thought possible drove the scholars to commit unconscionable acts in the name of evolution. Master Willem adopted a peculiar method that consisted of gaining insight through accumulating more eyes. Carroll's eye ruin states, eyes symbolize the truth Master Willem sought in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Master Willem looked to beings from higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brains with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. News reached Master Willem of a mysterious creature washed ashore in a faraway village, commonly known as the Fishing Hamlet. Master Willem was intrigued by this findings from higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brains with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. News reached Master Willem of a mysterious creature washed ashore in a faraway village, commonly known as the Fishing Hamlet. Master Willem was intrigued by this finding, sending a group of his students to investigate this secluded village, in hopes of gaining further insight and advancing the research of the Great Ones. On the shore laid a corpse, described as a large blend of a fish with bright white skin and blue scales, a Great One named Kos. It was unclear how Kos had died or washed up in the village, however it was surmisable that Kos had experienced a maternal death, as the Great One was in the late stages of its pregnancy when the corpse was exposed. Some say that the godlike being was revered by the residents of the fishing hamlet, who were mutated by her cosmic power, testament to the true capabilities of a Great One, even in death.
Sorry, 1 sec. I have to respond to a message very quickly. Sorry, 1 second. It's important. And I have to rewatch that. 1 sec, sorry. Sorry. I need to listen to that again.
Commonly known as the Fishing Hamlet, Master Willem was intrigued by this finding, sending a group of his students to investigate this secluded village, in hopes of gaining further insight and advancing the research of the Great Ones. On the shore laid a corpse, described as a large blend of a fish with bright white skin and blue scales, a Great One named Kos. It was unclear how Kos had died or washed up in the village, however it was surmisable that Kos had experienced a maternal death, as the Great One was in the late stages of its pregnancy when the corpse was exposed. Some say that the godlike being was revered by the residents of the fishing hamlet, who were mutated by her cosmic power, testament to the true capabilities of a Great One, even in death. Upon the hunters' arrival in the village, chaos emerged, as the hunters began experimenting on the mutated villagers in the most horrifying ways imaginable, with no sympathy or regard to human life. The helpless villagers fought back as a means of defending themselves.
Sorry, the hunters, we're talking about Byrgenwerth? Since Byrgenwerth was always about becoming more, right? Going off and hey, we're humans, but we want to be more than this. The hunters showed up and experimented on them. I mean, we don't even know what the fuck the hunters are, though. Why would Like, I guess we're going to find out eventually, but...
Great One named Kos. It was unclear how Kos had died or washed up in the village, however it was surmisable that Kos had experienced a maternal death, as the Great One was in the late stages of its pregnancy when the corpse was exposed. Some say that the godlike being was revered by the residents of the fishing hamlet, who were mutated by her cosmic power, testament to the true capabilities of a Great One, even in death. Upon the hunters' arrival in the village, chaos emerged, as the hunters began experimenting on the mutated villagers in the most horrifying ways imaginable, with no sympathy or regard to human life. The helpless villagers fought back as a means of defending themselves, but it was to no avail. The hunters used force to perform dissections on the villagers, tearing apart the inhabitants, and obtaining all manner of eyes from them. The vile acts were further elevated, as the hunters butchered the corpse of Kos, anatomizing her body and extracting her eldritch blood, and along with it the umbilical cord of the orphan of Kos.
Wait, so they literally murdered this thing for science. They literally went around murdering things to elevate themselves. And this thing, it's a tragic figure. That's what this is then. This thing was literally... Well, the thing is, though, this eldritch creature, Kos, right? It was alive by the time they showed up. They killed it. It's an orphan, yeah, so they killed the mother, and this thing was it was like a, what would you call it? Not a stillborn, but... Kos was already dead, the orphan was never alive.
Murdering the unborn fetus in the process. Whilst the body of a Great One is that of a mortal, the mind of a Great One is everlasting, and from the plains of a cosmic realm, Kos unleashes her wrath upon those who seek to relish blood and eyes, casting them to the nightmare realm, where they would participate in a never-ending... The hunters' arrival in the village, chaos emerged, as the hunters began experimenting on the mutated villagers in the most horrifying ways imaginable, with no sympathy or regard to human life. The helpless villagers fought back as a means of defending themselves, but it was to no avail. The hunters used force to perform dissections on the villagers, tearing apart the inhabitants, and obtaining all manner of eyes from them. The vile acts were further elevated, as the hunters butchered the corpse of Kos, anatomizing her body and extracting her eldritch blood, and along with it the umbilical cord of the orphan of Kos, murdering the unborn fetus in the process. Whilst the body of a Great One is that of a mortal, the mind of a Great One is everlasting, and from the plains of a cosmic realm, Kos unleashes her wrath upon those who seek to relish blood and eyes, casting them to the nightmare realm, where they would participate in a never-ending hunt, a fate that no hunter could escape. Upon visiting the hunter's nightmare, the Fishing Hamlet priest best illustrates the magnitude of the acts committed.
Oh, no shit. No, that's crazy. I remember this guy walking out, and he's like fucking shit-talking Bergenworth. Wow. You know what's so fun about Dark Souls games? Is seeing everything and then watching a lore video and then being like, oh my god, is that really what it was? No shit, this guy was talking about it. None of these people, like, yeah, Bergenworth came through here, stole their eyes, butchered everyone, experimented, all for the sake of elevation, right? They wanted to be more than just man. That's crazy. Wow. The lore is cool as fuck, yeah.
For the riches by the wrath of Mother Kos. Mercy for the poor innocent child.
Mercy for the child, the orphan of Kos.
Oh, please. Atonement for the wretches. Lay the curse of blood upon them and their children.
Yeah.
And their children's children forevermore. Each wretched birth. Plunge each child into a lifetime of misery.
Following the experiments that took place, civil conflict arose between Master Willem and his apprentice Lawrence. Master Willem and Lawrence's motives are concordant. They both aim to evolve humanity and seize the power of the Great Ones. However, their means to that end clash with one another. Whilst Lawrence was assured that experimenting with the old blood would accelerate the process of ascension, Master Willem's teachings emphasized wearing blindfolds, encouraging his students to search within themselves, as they needed to line their brains with eyes in order to view the world from an alternate perspective, that of a Great One. catacombs, allowing them to unmask more insight. Master Willem was convinced that his method of ascension was superior to that of Lawrence's. He despised the use of the Old Blood, as he believed it to be dangerous and unreliable, thus introducing his most important teaching of all, the proverb of Bergenworth, or better known as the Bergenworth adage, fear the Old Blood.
I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
That's Lawrence speaking. That's the guy who turns into the giant abomination in the Hunter's Nightmare.
By the gods, fear it, Lawrence.
Master Willem doesn't inherently detest the Old Blood. When he references the adage, he further expands upon it, stating, "We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open, fear the Old Blood." The way this is spoken could
Okay, whatever you believe in chat, I'm not even going to respond. You people, if whatever you think you believe in chat, whatever, bro. Whatever. Believe what you want to believe. Did I give the game a 6.5? If a chatter said I did, I think I did then. Believe what you want, bro.
could be interpreted as Master Willem believing that the reason we are undone by the blood is due to humanity not being ready for such advancements, not being enlightened enough, essentially not operating at a high enough plane,
I gave it a
hence
3.
the term, our eyes are yet to open. This indicates that the use of the blood itself isn't intrinsically evil, but rather we don't understand how this substance works, and instinctively we should fear what we do not understand. We should fear the old blood. Lawrence, on the other hand, believed that in order for humanity to evolve and go beyond its preconceived limits, they had to research healing using the old blood. The old blood had powerful healing properties that appeared to heal any ailment. More importantly, the blood had the potential to evolve humankind to an unprecedented state of life. Lawrence saw this blood as a marvel, a gift to be utilized by the people. Lawrence wasn't alone, as many other students shared the same notion and sided with him as they grew tired of the ineffective methods of Master Willem. This caused a rift between the scholars at Bergenworth, splitting the once colleagues into two opposing factions: those who remained faithful to the teachings of Master Willem, dubbed the Loyalists, and those who followed Lawrence and took fate into their own hands, labelled the Radicals. Nevertheless, Master Willem and Lawrence parted ways, and in pursuit of evolution, Lawrence founded the Healing Church.
Okay, so two people of Bergenworth were both interested in human elevation. One wanted to search inside, the other one wanted to use external forces. If I'm not mistaken, is that correct? They both went their separate ways, they both founded their own things. Lawrence went with the Healing Church, Willem stayed with the Bergenworth Academy. But they were both still in the pursuit of something more, right? Human evolution, like the elevation of man, right? Use this blood for the betterment of people. So essentially what I've gathered so far, I'll let these parts play out, and then I'll try and like think of what exactly is going on, even though they're telling me. Pthumerians were the first people in the land. Lawrence wanted to use the blood. Willem wanted more insight. Okay. Willem with the eyes, Lawrence with the blood. And they both thought they could evolve mankind. With the eyes, they could see more. With the blood, they could heal more and do things with it, I suppose. Is that right? And essentially what happens is there's the Pthumerians, the ancient people before Yharnam. Yeah, student and the master. The Pthumerians dug out these catacombs. They lived in these caves, and they found a Great One. The Great One then communed with them and said, hey, I can grant you things, but you have to bear my child. And Queen Yharnam of the Pthumerians bore the creature's child, a surrogate mother. And the people of Pthumeria, the citizens, they said, I want that. I want to elevate myself. Like, that is power. We want the power. Power to the people. So they took the baby, they drank the thing's blood, they ate it, did whatever, and in a cruel twist of fate, instead of elevating, they devolved. The Pthumerians died out. They stayed in the catacombs. They got addicted to the blood. Yeah, but then it was a reverse thing, right? Instead of elevating, they devolved. centuries later, I suppose, Yarnum, the city, people from Bergenworth, like a school or whatever, it would send out expeditions into the Thumerian catacombs. And they found the old blood of Thumeria, the same blood that everyone else got addicted to. And in a bit to elevate themselves, they started taking it. And then it also devolved them. Their actions of greed made the Great Ones curse that blood. Exactly. Yeah. It's like, you're greedy. Like, we have a chance to elevate you. We can do things for you. And instead you fucked us over, so now you're cursed. Right? Yeah, they built Yarnum on top of Thumeru. Exactly. What a cool... You know what? I'll say this. My rating will increase so far. I gave this game a 9. I mean, this is cool lore, man. This is all very grounded. It's very spicy. It's awesome. It's really, really cool. Yeah. Well, maybe not all questions are going to be answered, but, like, that's dope. And you know what I like, though, is it's very localized. It's a very, like... I mean, same thing with Bergenworth sending out the expedition to go after the fishing hamlet and to see the Great One cause that washed up on the shore. And they started butchering and killing everyone for, like, their eyes because they also wanted to, you know, they need to get this shit to evolve, right? That's what they want, and it doesn't matter how they get it, they just need it, right? So they fucked over the hamlet. Everyone was all mutated and shit, so they experimented on them. They fucked them over. I mean, you always have, like, whenever you've got an eldritch creature, whenever you have some sort of grander creation at play, and you've got the little peon human beings, the little ants, you know, they will worship this thing because it is beyond anything they can comprehend. So it has to be some sort of god. It has to be some sort of elevated being that you can learn from and maybe garner something from, right? Like, oh, we'll bear your children, and in return, you give us insight. You give us the knowledge of the universe. Yeah, that's pretty typical. The eyes are metaphorical. The eyes are runes carved onto the back of their heads. There's a lot of eyeballs everywhere, though. We'll see. We'll keep on watching. But yeah, so far I'm understanding the lore, for sure.
The city of Yarnum is most famous for its highly regarded and most sacred healing church, a religious institution built on the discovery of the old blood.
Wow.
As mentioned previously, the tomb prospectors were dispatched to the Thumerian labyrinth. There they discovered a phantasm, an augur of the Great Ones. Using this augur, the prospectors were able to bear witness to Ebritis, daughter of the cosmos, a Great One who was left behind by her own kin. This brief contact with the Great One led to a deeper and more extensive investigation of the Thumerian civilization. For this reason, the choir was founded by the School of Mensis as a secular branch of the Healing Church, formed by the most prominent members of the church with the sole purpose of communing with the beast. Okay. Blood ministration was first discovered by the choir, as they would frequently conduct experiments on the willing and unwilling in an attempt to evolve and become one with the Great Ones, to obtain knowledge that was beyond their comprehension. The choir made full contact with the Ebritis once they discovered the Great Is Chalice in the labyrinths below Yarnum. However, the knowledge they received would drive them mad, as the knowledge of a Great One is not meant for a mortal. The School of Mensis is located in the Unseen Village, founded by members of Bergenworth, with the aim to understand the knowledge of the Great Ones and harness it for the advancement of humanity. While the School of Mensis resided in the village, the choir was stationed in the Upper Cathedral Ward, in close proximity to Ebritis. Many of the hunters within the Healing Church were doctors. The white-garbed hunters represented the high-ranking doctors with the most experience, whereas the hunters who donned the black garb were elementary doctors. In some cases, these hunters would allow sickness to take place within individuals for research. They would also do the opposite by going as far as executing those who showed no signs of symptoms of the infection as a preventative measure. Lastly, the Healing Church also included...
Wait, what?
For a mortal. The School of Mensis is located in the Unseen Village, founded by members of Bergenworth, with the aim to understand the knowledge of the Great Ones and harness it for the advancement of humanity. While the School of Mensis resided in the village, the choir was stationed in the Upper Cathedral Ward, in close proximity to Ebritis. Many of the hunters within the Healing Church were doctors. The white-garbed hunters represented the high-ranking doctors with the most experience, whereas the hunters who donned the black garb were elementary doctors. In some cases, these hunters would allow sickness infections to take place within individuals for research. They would also do the opposite by going as far as executing those who showed no signs of symptoms of the infection as a preventative measure. Lastly, the Healing Church also included nuns in their clergy. According to the Blood of Adela, the Healing Church nuns were chosen for their merit as vessels for blood and groomed as blood saints. The mere chance of being treated with their blood lent legitimacy to the Healing Church in communion. Acting as a vessel, the nuns gave their blood willingly. Another secretive branch of the church existed, the executioners. As stated by the Wheel Hunter badge, Martyr Ligarius led a band of executioners, and this badge was crafted at their dedicated workshop. The wheel symbolizes righteous destiny. Their workshop was a secretive enclave of mystical beliefs and heady fanaticism, which served as a backbone of the executioners' unique brand of justice. Ligarius was the leader of this specific band of executioners. There were most likely other executioners that existed, fulfilling the various whims of the church. This faction had fanatical faith in the Healing Church. This can be seen with the executioner Alfred, who also had...
So all of these people are branches of the church. Is that what that is, essentially? All of those people are different branches of the church. Am I hearing that correctly? So they all essentially do different things. One of them was like to oversee how the blood worked. One of them is if, oh, they got too out of hand, they executed them, blah, blah, blah. So this whole church was like the government almost. Well, I mean, in olden times, I mean, it kind of maybe was the government. And I mean, that's so much for not pausing anymore. I mean, the thing is, though, is I don't want to not understand what I'm listening to. I need to pause to rethink and understand what it is we're listening to. And I think for other people as well, maybe if they're not getting it. I don't pause when I'm watching a movie, but like for the sake of a game that we just played, and to understand what it is we just played, I need to take these pauses just to make sure that I'm on the same page, instead of watching an hour-long video and saying, oh, that was cool anyways. Because I want to understand this, and I want to make sure that like we're getting it correctly. Sometimes it does go too fast, exactly. So everything so far that I've heard is I understand it, yeah? Maybe not perfectly, but I get exactly what it is. Executioners are a branch of the church. Well, okay. And the ones that were part of it still had like minor branches, right? Like you had the people who would take out the ones who didn't show signs and this or some shit. I mean, we'll keep watching it for now. We'll go back.
Profound faith in the institution, even though he is surrounded in Yharnam by the deeds of the church, signifying the hold and manipulation the establishment had over its members. They existed to slay the heretics and enemies of the church. If the Healing Church ordered the death of someone, the executioners would deliver it without question. When asked about Bergenworth and the Valbloods, Alfred states the following.
There's something I want to tell you. A bit of wisdom from the eminent master Ligarius. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. It was there that the first of the inhuman Vilebloods was born. The Vilebloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the church's blood.
The church's blood healing, the Vilebloods. The church. Well, what the fuck is the blood healing of the church? I thought the blood healing of the church was from the Thumerians. Is it not the Thumerians? Aren't the Vilebloods the ones who took in the blood of the Thumerians? Why do we hate Alfred? The church blood usage was first used to heal people. So it's both. It's the same blood.
Blood healing. The ruler of the Vilebloods is still alive today. And so, to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Canehurst Castle.
Here we learn the history of the creation of the Valbloods. A betrayal at Bergenworth led a scholar to provide forbidden blood to the residents of Canehurst Castle, resulting in the first of the Vilebloods. Alfred believes that the church's blood healing is pure, although this couldn't be further from the truth. This is...
Oh, so he's delusional. Okay, so at Bergenworth there was a divide. Someone stole the blood from Bergenworth. They brought it to Canehurst Castle, and Canehurst Castle is its own thing. At Canehurst, they gave the blood to people, and he believes that it made them crazy. It devolved them. It wasn't pure like the church's blood was, even though it's all nonsense. It's all the same blood. I think that's exactly what that is, right? Pope, we are very good, sir. Thank you. We're still going. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Okay. So he's just a fanatic. He's a church fanatic. He's like, if you're wrong because you stole the blood from us, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Makes complete sense.
This is all Alfred needs to embark on his quest to slay the Queen of the Valbloods. The executioner garb states, attire worn by the band of executioners commanded by the martyr Ligarius.
The executioners are a branch of the church that are the fanatics. Anyone opposing the church will die, essentially is what that is. Right? If you defile the church in any way in its beliefs and stuff, we're going to go out and kill you. Right? That's exactly what that is. Okay.
Later became the basis for all church attire, with its heavy draping of holy shawl. Although secretive in nature, the executioner's outfit established the type of clothing all members of the church would come to wear. A hunter's mark can be seen on the chest of the garb, suggesting that the hunters were already established at this point. The golden ardeo, worn by the executioners, represents luminosity, ambition, and an unflagging resolve to face impurity, staring it down with stern golden spirit, yet again referencing the strong faith of the executioners. Believing the denizens of Kinehurst Castle to be tainted, the healing church, under Martyr Ligarius' directive, were dispatched to Kinehurst Castle. Ligarius, with his executioners, would go to Kinehurst and slaughter all of its residents.
Oh my God.
Coming to the realization that the Queen Annalise cannot be killed, Ligarius stands in front of the entrance to her throne room, becoming a martyr, trapping Annalise and preventing anyone from entering. Alfred would eventually succeed by reducing the Queen to a mixture of flesh and blood, fulfilling one of his most difficult objectives as an executioner. Equally, Ligarius, through the acts of Alfred, has now accomplished his goal as a martyr. Alfred's maniacal laughter reveals his fanatical persona, hidden behind the veil of a calm and charming individual, representing the true ideals of the executioners.
There, you filthy monstrosity! What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state. All mangled and twisted, with every inside on the outside for all the world to see.
Turning back to Lawrence, upon the discovery of the blood, he conceived an idea that would transform Yharnam. He would harness the blood and distribute it across the city. This process would come to be known as blood administration. Lawrence, from this point onward, devoted himself entirely to the blood. His mission was to advance humankind for the better, to become an advanced civilization just like the Thumerians, who came before. With his vision clear, it was time for Lawrence to put this plan into motion and make his vision a reality. Leaving Bergenworth behind, Lawrence formed the Healing Church. Lawrence would be the first vicar, and he would use this organization as a means to administer blood to the people. The blood that cured any sickness, relieved any pain, eradicated any disease.
That's crazy.
Lawrence promised this blood to the people. Not only would the blood heal them, it would also enhance them into a superior being, a being with exceptional physical prowess. It appeared that Lawrence had forgotten his words to his master, Willem. Although Lawrence promised Master Willem that he would remain fearful of the old blood, he did not heed this message, as Lawrence indulged himself and the residents of Yharnam in blood, with no restriction.
Too much.
Blood administration would lead to the Healing Church becoming the pinnacle of Yharnam, the most revered and famous organization. Local residents and people from all over the continent journeyed to Yharnam with the sole purpose of imbibing the miracle blood. Little did the church know that this newfound fame would be their undoing. The blood did cure all ailments, however there was a heavy price to pay. Citizens' jaws snapped open, rows of fangs jutted from their gums, their spines curved and contorted, their skin sprouted thick fur, limbs extended and nails became claws. Even the vicars and clerics succumbed to the affliction, becoming the most abhorrent of beasts. As indicated previously, the blood saints of the Healing Church acted as blood vessels. Although unclear, it is possible that during the plague, the ash of blood turned the blood saints into blood-starved beasts. From their appearance, we can surmise that the creature was skinned alive in order to extract the blood present within, allowing the beast to stay alive although flayed. Their anatomy is similar to that of the female beast patients in Old Yharnam. An interesting note is that the blood-starved beasts do not bleed blood, but instead spill poison when physically harmed, indicating the extent of which blood was extracted.
Yeah, they literally sucked them dry. What the fuck? You're right, there's only poison left in them. This takes up the timer, of course. It's still variety streaming, it's just the event. You need to listen to Lawrence's soundtrack with the lyrics. I mean, we're gonna keep watching this though for now. We'll see.
from their body, to the point where none was left. We now turn to Vicar Amelia, a successor to the first Vicar Lawrence. By examining her gold pendant, we learn this item was passed down among the vicars of the Healing Church. Lawrence was the first to possess this pendant, which was eventually passed down the various vicars until it lay in the hands of Amelia. Once Amelia transformed into a beast, in the midst of battle, she still clasped the golden pendant in her hand, beckoning a golden light to heal her, a gentle reminder of her previous duties. Eventually, the Scourge reduced most Yharnamites to lycanthropic creatures. Initially, the Healing Church covered up any outbreaks by forming the Hunter's Workshop. They would appoint German, the first hunter, as leader of this branch. These hunters would discreetly eliminate the infected, away from prying eyes, erasing any trace of potential negative symptoms of blood.
Wait, so you kind of play as a villain. You're a hunter. You're employed by the church. Oops. You're employed by the church. And your job was to kind of clean up the problems of the church. You clean up the plague. Oh. Well, I mean, you're hiding the problems of the church, right? A hunter has to go out and hunt. A hunter has to go out and do its duty, right? That's your job. That's your existence. You're ending their misery. But the church is the one who caused the misery in giving too much blood and shit. I mean, I guess they didn't know, though. Did the church even know at that point in indulging too much would devolve you into a person? Or into an animal, right? It's protecting the normal people from the beasts, yeah. It's a cover-up. Yeah, it's like a government cover-up. If they were aware then, was it just the greed of man? Is that really what it was? Right? Indulging too much in this secret serum, you know, to try and, like, save your life also has negative effects. And it all stems from the Thumerians, who also did the same thing, right?
By examining her gold pendant,
Yeah.
we learn this item was passed down among the vicars of the Healing Church. Lawrence was the first to possess this pendant, which was eventually passed down the various vicars until it lay in the hands of Amelia. Once Amelia transformed into a beast, in the midst
Even when they
of
found
battle,
out they were
she
still using it to stay in power? Well, yeah, because they would be the power of Yharnam. When you have the magical serum that can cure you of all your ailments, you become God. You have the God serum. If you want to survive, you're going to be on your hands and knees begging for this serum, right? So through that, they controlled the city. They controlled people. You know, I mean, they probably handed it out and did stuff like that, right? Well, the backlash, yeah, just imagine all that stuff. That's crazy. Yeah. Okay.
clasped the golden pendant in her hand, beckoning a golden light to heal her, a gentle reminder of her previous duties. Eventually, the Scourge reduced most Yharnamites to lycanthropic creatures. Initially, the Healing Church covered up any outbreaks by forming the Hunter's Workshop. They would appoint German, the first hunter, as leader of this branch. These hunters would discreetly eliminate the infected, is that the blood-starved beasts do not bleed. Pendant in her hand, beckoning a golden light to heal her, a gentle reminder of her previous duties. Eventually, the Scourge reduced most Yharnamites to lycanthropic creatures. Initially, the Healing Church covered up any outbreaks by forming the Hunter's Workshop. They would appoint German, the first hunter, as leader of this branch. These hunters would discreetly eliminate the infected, away from prying eyes, erasing any trace of potential negative symptoms of blood ministration. The Church would not allow their reputation to be stained with the blood of a few Yharnamites. Ultimately, the Church could not suppress the ever-growing infection. One dreary night, the very first pale blood moon appeared. This moon rapidly hastened the transformation process from human to beast. Beasts began to roam the streets, and Yharnamites turned at a prolific rate. The hunters could not cope with the countless hordes of beasts. When fighting a beast, you risk becoming one yourself. As the hunters fell, the Church would have to create a new establishment. The Church formed the Healing Church Workshop and appointed Ludwig the Holy Blade as its leader. Ludwig would go on to become the first hunter of the Church. He was a benevolent member of the Church who was famous in his own right. The revered Ludwig armed the citizens of Yharnam with pitchforks and torches and led a frontal assault against the beastly populace. Although
Wait, so Ludwig was a good guy? Ludwig literally was fighting back against... Well, we say good guy. I mean, they appointed another workshop saying, hey, create this order, go out and now kill the beasts. The hunters all fell to ruin. There was just too much shit. Huh. Okay. He was still under the church, but I mean, okay, I say good guy, but...
Though many Yarnamites were afflicted with the beastly illness, they still tended to their duties. This resulted in Yarnamites imbibing blood, hunting beasts, and then becoming beasts themselves. This would cause them to be trapped in a never-ending hunt to cleanse Yarnam of the illness. Amongst all the madness, the healing church chose to blame outsiders for the spread of the sickness, although they themselves knew that the sickness was rooted in the blood. Due to the church's stature and influence, the Yarnamites took little convincing. They turned their hatred not only towards the beast, but also any outsider who walked the streets of Yarnam. Outsiders and beasts alike would be hunted with no discrimination. This mentality can be seen when the Yarnamites scream, "You are not wanted here!" Old Yarnam was connected to Central Yarnam by a bridge. Its residents were infected by the ashen blood. The healing church provided antidotes to the infected. However, this only provided temporary relief from the affliction. The church abandoned hope for Old Yarnam and sealed the bridge. This was to prevent the scourge spreading from Old cleanse Yarnam of the illness. Amongst all the madness, the healing church chose to blame outsiders for the spread of the sickness, although they themselves knew that the sickness was rooted in the blood. Due to the church's stature and influence, the Yarnamites took little convincing. They turned their hatred not only towards the beast, but also any outsider who walked the streets of Yarnam. Outsiders and beasts alike would be hunted with no discrimination. This mentality can be seen when the Yarnamites scream, "You are not wanted here!" Old Yarnam was connected to Central Yarnam by a bridge. Its residents were infected by the ashen blood. The healing church provided antidotes to the infected. However, this only provided temporary relief from the affliction. The church abandoned hope for Old Yarnam and sealed the bridge. This was to prevent the scourge spreading from Old Yarnam to Central. Old Yarnam was beyond salvation. In an attempt to curb the spreading of the beastly illness, the bridge was sealed and the area was raised by the powder kegs, a workshop considered heretical by the healing church. The powder kegs, famous for their explosive weaponry and unparalleled firepower, burned Old Yarnam to the ground. This bittersweet victory was the end of the powder keg hunters, as they abandoned their duties and began protecting the beast of Old Yarnam from any hunters, the very beast they swore to destroy. Their change of heart was a consequence of the guilt the powder keg hunters felt towards the people of Old Yarnam. Beasts still prowl Old Yarnam to this day, as the burning of the area did little to cool the infected. Due to the outbreak of
So they feel bad for them, essentially. The old powder kegs was another... So all of these workshops are basically like groups of people formed for specific things. The powder kegs... I gotta read that again. Or not read it, but hear it.
For Old Yarnam and sealed the bridge. This was to prevent the scourge spreading from Old Yarnam to Central. Old Yarnam was beyond salvation. In an attempt to curb the spreading of the beastly illness, the bridge was sealed and the area was raised by the powder kegs, a workshop considered heretical by the healing church. The powder kegs,
Factions,
famous
yeah.
for their explosive weaponry and unparalleled firepower, burned Old Yarnam to the ground. This bittersweet victory was the end of the powder keg hunters, as they abandoned their duties and began protecting the beast of Old Yarnam from any hunters, the very beast they swore to destroy. Their change of heart was a consequence of the guilt the powder keg hunters felt
When they
towards
killed everyone.
the people of Old Yarnam.
Yeah.
Beasts still prowl Old Yarnam to this day, as the burning of the area did little to cool the infected. Due to the outbreak across Yarnam, many members of the church went on to become hunters. Following in the footsteps of Ludwig, the church hunters would battle endlessly against the beasts. Eventually, it would become difficult to determine the beast from the hunter. Many Yarnamites credit the church as the saviors that led the hunt. The Yarnamites commended the church for acting as a line of defense between the beasts and the people, blissfully unaware that the healing church was fighting a sickness of their own creation. Once the beast plague was rampant, outsiders venturing to Yarnam were forced to take on a contract if they could not pay the price for blood ministration. This would mean any outsiders seeking the benefit of blood ministration must become a beast hunter. This rule was applied to any outsider who could not afford treatment, and instead would provide payments through servitude. One by one, the healing church collapsed, drowning in the blood that they had placed so much faith in. The upper echelons of the church were not exempt from the scourge. Even Lawrence himself was undone by the blood.
What a crazy fucking intro, though, for real. Everything stems from Thumerians, the old blood. Fear the old blood. That line alone is literally... I mean, that's the game. Fear the old blood. The Thumerians fucked up. And because of that, the Yarnamites fucked up. All these people fucked up. The church and everything, yeah. You know what, though? Was it not with good intentions? Bringing out this blood to kind of heal people? It's a miracle serum. And of course there's going to be drawbacks, right? But like, they knew it and they kept doing it. So why? To control people? Boys who do. Hey, gifted a sub. Thank you, man. Exploitation. I mean, what are they trying to garner, though? Lawrence had good intentions and it backfired. Well, yeah, exactly. He had good intentions to give the blood to people and say, hey, here you go. And it backfired and it started devolving everyone. It's always, I guess it is always power. In these cases, yeah.
Gehrman was the first of his kind, the progenitor to all the hunters who came after. His weapon and armor influenced the tools that all hunters would come to use.
He's got one leg,
this is
what the
further
fuck?
enforced by the description of his attire. Hunter attire of Gehrman, the first hunter, created before the workshop existed by making adjustments to everyday clothing, and later became the basis for all hunters' garb. The hunter's emphasis on engaging beasts with speed, and therefore selecting lightweight attire, no doubt traces back to Gehrman's own combat style. Gehrman relied on speed rather than heavy armor, as armor would provide little protection against the brute force nature of the beasts.
Yeah,
Hunters
it was
relied on their
pointless.
agility and speed to outmaneuver their prey, as they would be unable to win using strength alone. The influence Gehrman had on the hunters is displayed here. From his weapon, the burial blade, we learn that it was a trick weapon wielded by Gehrman, the first hunter. It was a masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons
That's the other
crafted
ending?
at the workshop. Its blade is forged with siderite, said to have fallen from the heavens. His weapon description establishes Gehrman as the first hunter. Its design and functionality represented the types of weapons that were forged at the workshop, serving as a prototype of sorts. Gehrman, with the use of his weapon, would hunt his prey, hoping that one day they would find themselves no longer in the nightmare. He saw the hunt as a dirge of farewell, a lament for the dead, referring to how Gehrman knew the truth, that all beasts were once men. In an attempt to provide the afflicted with salvation, he would deliver death unto them, hoping they would find peace. Both his weapon and attire alone shaped the tools and clothing used by hunters old and new. His methodology and approach to combat defined the hunter's core style when engaging beasts. Gehrman and his hunters would base their operations at the Hunter's Workshop, under the guidance of the Healing Church. Built in an obscure location out of view from the everyday citizens of Yharnam, few knew of their existence in comparison to Ludwig and his band of holy blades who came after. The Hunter's Workshop was originally the primary defense against the beasts, later abandoned for hunters of the Healing Church. Moving forward, Gehrman would develop a curious mania towards his first student, Lady Maria. His curious mania is represented by the doll, which he has constructed to represent his favourite student. The doll
What the
has the
fuck?
same face, body, and height of Maria. In the hunter's dream, the
And he wanted to have sex with her. He literally said, oh, I use the doll. Oh, you come here, baby. Oh. He's a fucking gooner, bro. So he made her in the likeness of his favorite student and then fucked the doll. Sorry, what? What the fuck? Fucking old freak.
later abandoned for hunters of the Healing Church. Moving forward, Gehrman would develop a curious mania towards his first student,
his first
Lady
student.
Maria. His curious mania is represented by the doll, which he has constructed to represent his favourite student. The doll has the same face, body, and height of Maria. In the hunter's dream, the doll is alive, and has an identical voice to Maria. Once enough insight has been obtained, the hunter can verbally communicate with the doll. She exists to serve all hunters who walk through the dream. From the doll set, we learn the following. A deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article, and the care with which it was kept. It borderlines on mania, and exudes slight warmth. The doll was created out of Gehrman's obsession and love for Maria. He tried to recreate her down to the most minute detail, and paid great attention to its maintenance. The doll set also sports a lunar flower brooch, the same of which can be seen on Lady Maria's attire. Gehrman's affection towards the doll, if he had any at all, seems to have diminished over time, as he informs the hunter that they may do as they please with the doll. Perhaps over time he grew to learn that the doll may have had Maria's physical features, however it was void of her personality. There does however appear to be somewhat of a connection between the doll
man
and Maria
juice coming out her
in the old abandoned
goddamn
workshop, Gehrman's
cork.
original workshop,
Her
we discover
corkhole.
the following item: a small hair ornament, an accessory that would stand out most brilliantly against a head of greyish hair. Of course, this is referring to the hair colour of Lady Maria, suggesting that this was once hers. When given to the doll, she states the following:
What? What is this? I can't remember. Not a thing, only I feel a yearning, something I never felt before. What's happening to me?
Is this another ending? You become the Gooner?
Tell me, Hunter.
You take the place of what's his
Could
name?
this be joy?
The doll then sheds a tear of joy and provides the hunter with the following tear stone. Potentially, the doll has now felt some level of affection for the first time and is overcome with emotion. The tear stone shed by the doll states the following: a doll sheds neither blood nor tears, and thus its nature remains unknown. Perhaps the doll did have some emotion and resembling personality traits of Lady Maria after all. Although she cannot cry, we receive a tear stone. She cannot bleed, yet within the tear stone is a blood gem. When inspecting the gem, we discover that the doll's creator had wished for just such a friend, albeit in vain. If this is referencing Gehrman as the doll's creator, we can
Maybe Gehrman made a deal with the old one, and he wanted his love that he could never obtain. And his love was supposed to be Maria. Is that really what... Is that what that is? Is that what that is? He made a deal with the damn thing for her. Is that it? Maybe I'm wrong. That's kind of what that sounds like. What the fuck?
determine that he ultimately could not recreate Lady Maria, and as a result, the doll had no relationship with her own creator. At one point in time, the doll says,
Hunters have told me about the church, about the gods and their love. But do the gods love their creations? I am a doll created by you humans. Would you ever think to love me? Of course. I do love you.
You know what's interesting? Is the hunter's dream. It's a dream. Cinema, shocker. It's not a real place. It's a space between time. Because you find you find her clothing, you find the real place in Yharnam. I remember walking there and finding it. I'm like, what the hell is this? It's the exact same place within the dream. Except the dream is like a different plane of reality where things come to life. He made the doll in reality and then entered the dream, and she was real in his dream. Right? That makes complete sense. Okay.
Isn't that how you've made
Yeah,
me? Would you
exactly.
ever think to love me?
her creator has constructed the doll to unconditionally love humans, and she ponders if they could love her in return, further referencing Gehrman's disinterest towards her. Jumping forward, Gehrman is now eternally trapped in the hunter's dream, along with the doll, a parallel version of the old abandoned workshop in Yharnam. The hunter can discover Gehrman crying out in the hunter's dream.
Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid. Oh, Lawrence, Master Willem, somebody help me. Unshackle me, please. Anybody. I've had enough of this dream. The night blocks all sight. Oh, somebody, please.
This
Feel
is a
bad
hint
for the
at
guy.
Gehrman's enslavement to the moon presence, a great one. It is important to note that this hints at the length of time he had been trapped in the hunter's dream, as he presumes Lawrence is still alive, unaware that he had already fallen and become the first of many cleric beasts. Willem at this point is docile towards the will of the Great Ones, meaning he would never come to save Gehrman. Oblivious to the fact that no one is coming to help him, Gehrman still cries out for help. He wants to be freed from this nightmarish coil, whatever the cost.
So do we not know yet what deal he made with this Great One? We don't know yet. His two friends, one of them is brain dead and basically is like a complete slave to the damn old ones. The other one has turned into a beast. So no one's going to come save him from this dream. He still offers to kill you so you don't take his place. Well, I don't even know that ending yet. The moon presence wanted the other Great Ones dead. Why, though? We'll keep going.
The tale of Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower is one of morality, restraint, and in the end, liberation. Lady Maria was a Valblood, most likely born in Kinehurst Castle. Her hunter's outfit supports this. Among the first hunters, all students of Gurman, was the Lady Hunter Maria. This was her hunter's cap, crafted in Kinehurst. Maria is distantly related to the undead queen, but had great admiration for Gurman, unaware of his curious mania. The undead queen mentioned here is most likely Annalise, queen of the Valbloods. From this information, we can surmise that Maria had the utmost respect for Gurman, who had trained the very first hunters, before the Healing Church made Ludwig and his holy blades official. She would go on to become the very first student of Gurman. It should be mentioned that the Healing Church may have forbidden a Valblood from joining the ranks of the hunters. However, she could have joined before the slaughter of the Valbloods at Kinehurst Castle. Perhaps Lady Maria concealed her identity from those around her, as many would look down on her kind. The description of the Rakuyo, Lady Maria's weapon of choice, states the following. Hunter weapon wielded by Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. A trick sword, originated in the same country as the Kinehurst Chikage. Only this sword feeds not off blood, but instead demands great dexterity. Lady Maria was fond of this aspect of the Rakuyo, as she frowned upon blood blades, despite being a distant relative of the queen. One day she abandoned her beloved Rakuyo, casting it into a dark well when she could stomach it no longer. Lady Maria's roots in Kinehurst is confirmed here. The sword demanded great skill to use, rather than reliance on the blood of the host, an odd weapon of choice for a Valblood. Despite being a Valblood herself, she avoided harnessing her innate power, and instead chose to use a sword that demanded expertise and training, choosing to dedicate herself to becoming a master hunter like Gurman, rather than relying on her power within. Her offhand weapon was the Evelyn, a special pistol used by Kinehurst knights. The Evelyn uses quicksilver bullets, just as any workshop firearm, but the Kinehurst variant relies more on blood tinge. Lovingly named after a woman and graced with an intricate design, Evelyns were adored by Kinehurst knights. The firearm wielded by Maria also originated in Kinehurst, once again referencing her point of origin. With her origin established, we now move to the current location of Lady Maria, the Hunter's Nightmare. She is trapped in the nightmare as she has committed great sins, just like the many other hunters held in this plane of existence. This can be attributed to the horrific events that took place in the fishing hamlet. Long ago, there was a fishing hamlet in which a Kos parasite washed up on the shore. When the carcass of Kos washed up on the coast, its insides were teeming with tiny parasites, unlike any found in humans. Within the carcass of Kos, parasites emerged and infected the village folk. Consequently, the villagers began to transform into beings that looked part human and part Great One. Over time, the people of the hamlet would grow to worship the Great One like a deity. Once Bergenworth learnt of this, they dispatched hunters, including Lady Maria, to decimate the village, slaughter its inhabitants, and capture those afflicted. The accursed brew states the following. Skull of a local from the violated fishing village. The inside of the skull was forcibly searched for eyes, as evidenced by innumerable scratches and indentations. The hunters and scholars of Bergenworth murdered and defiled the bodies of the hamlet residents, in hopes of finding eyes and signs that the people had been touched by the Great Ones, evidence of their communion with a higher existence. Shortly after, Lady Maria was stationed at the research hall for a time, a place used by Bergenworth to conduct experiments on the people of the fishing hamlet, via the injecting of brain fluid. The purpose of these experiments was to ascend each patient to a status above that of a mere mortal. Maria was positioned to overlook these patients. At this point, Maria still believed somewhat in the goals and tenets of the Healing Church, and their ideology of becoming one with the Great Ones. As the hunter navigates through the decrepit research hall, patients can be heard stating the following.
Lady Maria, please, take my hand. Please, help me. Don't let me drown.
Lady Maria, say something.
Lady Maria, save me, please. I don't hear anything.
Although Maria oversaw operations here, she acted as a caretaker for the people and showed them kindness. She was the calm in the storm for the tortured patients. Eventually, Lady Maria would abandon her duties, choosing to confine herself to the Astral Clock Tower. Perhaps the harrowing cries and defilements of the unwilling patients was too much to bear. The guilt consumed Lady Maria, as all the comfort she provided them was for naught, as it was nothing compared to the fate that awaited them. Due to overwhelming guilt, Maria disposed of her Rakuyo, casting it into a well within the fishing hamlet, representing her transition to...
So she thought she was helping these people ascend potentially by experimenting on them, though. She was overseeing the events in this place from the church. I mean, she doesn't sound like a good person. You know, she feels regret for all that stuff, so she confines herself to a clock tower and lets everything else kind of just rot away. Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like she knew from the start that it was bad, even though she was supposed to be comforting and stuff. Like, what? She knew it was bad, but she was in charge of overseeing the operations, not doing them. Correct? She believed in what the church was doing, but she wasn't doing it explicitly. She was trying to comfort them. She was overseeing the efforts there by the church.
A pacifist. The astral clock tower is located past the Lumen Flower Garden, containing the living failures, a result of the Healing Church's experiments on the patients in the research hall. These creatures appear to be distantly related to the celestial emissary. They are artificial great ones manufactured through experimentation. Once the hunter discovers Lady Maria in the astral clock tower, she appears to be blood-soaked and deceased. Whether this was by self-inflicted wounds or not is unclear. Her sins committed in the fishing hamlet and research hall eternally trapped her in the hunter's nightmare, punishment for her deeds. A small photo can be seen next to Maria, a photo which is missing from the mantelpiece in the hunter's dream, perhaps a souvenir from her time at the hunter's workshop. Jeez. She states,
"A corpse should be left well alone."
Yeah, how did you notice that? That's crazy. Right? Like, damn.
Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly.
In this case, she is potentially referring to Kos, showing her regret, anguish, and disdain for what happened at the fishing hamlet and its residents, as everything began when the hunters disturbed the corpse of Kos and the people of the fishing hamlet, further evidencing her pain and remorse for the atrocities committed. Her eagerness for knowledge and discovering the truth is similar to that of the Pale Blood Hunter. The advice given to the hunter is to prevent them from following in her footsteps. During the fight, Maria depends upon her dexterity and expertise to overcome her opponent. However, in the second phase, she surrenders to her innate strength as a vile blood, as a desperate last resort to try and overcome her adversary. This is the very thing she wanted to avoid using, but she would rather use the power of the blood if it would mean stopping anyone from disturbing the village. Her innate power is not enough, and she is defeated. Her death frees her from the nightmare. After her death, the doll states the following:
Good hunter, this may sound strange, but have I somehow changed? Moments ago.
Oh, well, I mean, no shit, she's connected because she was made in the image of Maria.
I sensed a liberation from heavy shackles.
Oh.
Not that I would know. How passing strange.
From her message, we can determine that the doll is somehow connected to Lady Maria. This statement also signifies Maria's release and her soul finding peace at last.
Ludwig.
Ludwig chose to don a large sword in his many hunts against the beast that plagued Yharnam. His holy blade was designed specifically to be used on larger beasts. As the church knew, the creatures would continuously devolve into larger, nightmarish monstrosities. This weapon was forged with this purpose in mind. Although Gehrman was the first hunter, Ludwig was the first official and publicly recognized hunter of the church. This position granted unto Ludwig would be one of the pillars to his success. Ludwig's most iconic weapon was the Holy Moonlight Sword, an arcane sword discovered long ago by Ludwig. When blue moonlight dances around the sword and it channels the abyssal cosmos, its great blade will hurl a shadowy light wave. The Holy Moonlight Sword is synonymous with Ludwig, the Holy Blade, but few have ever set eyes on the Great Blade, and whatever guidance it has to offer, it seems to be of a very private, elusive sort. As we can see from the description, the sword was discovered and not forged, a far cry from the other makeshift weapons developed by the various workshops, the church, and the farming tools used by the citizens of Yharnam. It is also implied that Ludwig kept the blade close to him at all times, meaning very few gained the chance to view the sword closely. The blade also appeared to be sentient, a relic of the Great Ones perhaps, discovered in the Thumerian labyrinths. Not only did Ludwig use the Holy Moonlight Sword in battle, but also the Guidance Rune, a Carol rune discovered by the old hunter Ludwig, along with the Holy Moonlight Sword. The rune confirms that the Holy Moonlight Sword was found and not created. defeated. Through the use of the rune, Ludwig could see dancing sprites of light in the darkness, and it provided him with unwavering courage that kept his fears at bay when confronting the beasts of the hunt. This is partly why he was revered as a hunter, as his unparalleled strength and determination was drawn from these artifacts, and provided him with the will to fight through to the end. As mentioned previously, Ludwig recruited the Yarnamites to fight. The Radiant Sword Hunter badge confirms this. The Radiant Sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to a very early age of honour and chivalry. The badge signifies the legend of Ludwig and the status he had achieved. Even after his deterioration and disappearance from the public eye, civilians and hunters alike would fight in the name of Ludwig, as in their minds it was as much a duty for them to fight as it was for Ludwig. Ludwig grew to become a hero amongst the hunters and civilians of Yharnam alike. According to the Sword Hunter badge, Ludwig was a cleric, and clerics transformed into the most hideous of beasts, referencing the fate of Ludwig, although he did not become a cleric beast as seen with Lawrence. The Chief Hunter emblem was used by the captain to signify the end of the hunt. They would do this by waving the badge at the gates to signal the hunt was over, and that the streets of Yharnam were safe once more. The captain referred to here could be Ludwig, as he commanded a group of core hunters under the guidance of the church. People saw Ludwig as a hero, as the people would see his return from the hunt as a triumph, a symbol of ceaseless courage. His return to the gates would give the citizens peace of mind, knowing that as long as Ludwig and his holy blades roamed the streets, they would be safe. When the hunter encounters Ludwig in the flesh, his title is no longer Ludwig the Holy Blade, and is instead Ludwig the Accursed. Now a combination of man and beast, he is found in the underground corpse pile, specifically in the Hunter's Nightmare, a place that traps blood-drunk hunters and punished them for their bloodlust. He is surrounded by the blood of the many hunters and beasts he had slain, causing a stream of blood to flow through the area. Just like any other hunter in the Nightmare, Ludwig is trapped. His body is merged with that of a horse, twisted beyond recognition. Eyes can be seen lining his neck, signifying that he had eyes on the inside, increasing his insight to an astronomical level, furthering his madness. It is important to note that Ludwig can be seen wearing the attire of the church, implying that his final transformation into a beast happened while he was on duty, potentially while accompanied by his horse. In the case of Ludwig, his appearance is unique, as the other inhabitants of Yharnam transformed into wolf-like creatures, with the clerics evolving into a much larger counterpart. The Yharnamites did keep domesticated dogs to assist them in the hunt. Perhaps Ludwig rode a horse into battle, and through this ghastly unification, he forever battled a nightmare with his companion. Once the hunter confronts Ludwig and whittles his health down, Ludwig eventually falls to the floor, his face submerged in the blood of those he had slaughtered. In this moment, he briefly returns to some semblance of his human past, once he notices the Moonlight Blade. An interesting note here is that if Ludwig did ride a horse when on his hunts, the sword would have been placed on the horse's saddle. When Ludwig undergoes the beastly transformation, he is merged with his steed. This could be why he forgets that the sword is on his back, as it was on his horse pre-transformation.
He didn't know.
However, this is speculation. For the first time,
Sounds logical,
the hunter
though.
hears Ludwig speak, with pure clarity and no hint of his beastly nature.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight.
He still sounds like a horse.
In this phase, Ludwig stands on his hind legs, a much more human-like pose. He then poises himself with a duel with the hunter. At this moment, we see the Ludwig of legend, the one who fought the endless onslaught of beasts and rallied the hearts of his people. Even as we battle Ludwig in this state, we can see his fighting ability and unparalleled skill with the sword. The guidance rune urges him to fight on, by revealing the sprites to him once more. The pale blood hunter still overcomes Ludwig, and Ludwig's decapitated head falls to the floor as his body dissipates. Once defeated, the hunter may speak to Ludwig. If this is done without wearing any specific attire, he states the following.
Good hunter, have you seen the thread of light? Just a hair, a fleeting thing. Yet I clung to it, steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts. I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't.
Once again, the guidance rune is referenced. He also confirms he did not know the true purpose of the sentient rune and chose to ignore it instead, implying the rune may have had sinister intentions. If the hunter speaks to him wearing Healing Church clothing, he states the following.
Tell me.
Where are the runes from? Where are all of these runes from? Were these also eldritch things? I don't think we heard anything about runes this whole fucking time. Where were the runes from? The rune with sinister intent? The Carol runes were created by somebody, right? Carol the something something, I believe, they said. They're inscriptions of the speech of the old ones. Oh. Right, because they're all a bunch of scribbles. Yeah. Carol is someone who transcribed the Great One knowledge into runes. And then these people would take that knowledge and use it in battle. And it would kind of like deteriorate them in some way, maybe. Carol was from Bergenworth. Okay. So all of these, everything stems from Bergenworth. All of these, the scholars of Bergenworth, the people of Bergenworth, they wanted to make more out of people. They said, we can ascend, we can do more, we can survive, we can see the cosmos, we can become one with the great ones, whatever. And from that, they found ways to... They're people doing research, but it ended up being more so depraved in the end, right? Like, they really went off the deep end with their research, right? Carol, Willem, Lawrence... You know, at one point they may have had, like, decent intentions, but in the end, everything went, like, sideways. Right? All of the blood that they wanted to use to kind of save people turned out to be a curse in itself. Yeah. Okay.
Good hunter of the church, have you seen the light? Are my church hunters the honorable Spartans? I hoped they would be.
Ludwig confirms that he led and trained the hunters. With his dying breath, he still asks if his hunters are still fighting, and if their reputation matches that of the chivalric warriors of his age. Ludwig is proud of the hunters and their legacy and cares for them deeply, a trait which is uncommon amongst the various branches who saw hunters as disposable. If the hunter says yes, Ludwig responds with,
Ah, good. That is a relief. To know I did not suffer such denigration for nothing. Thank you kindly. Now I may sleep in peace. Even in this darkest of nights, I see the moonlight.
From Ludwig's dialogue, it appears that he began to be criticised at some point. This is due to his descent into beasthood. Either way, even as he lays dying, he cannot help but speak of the moonlight. On the other hand, if the hunter responds with no, Ludwig will say the following.
Oh my, just as I feared. Then a beast-possessed degenerate was I, as my detractors made eminently clear.
This enforces a theory his transformation into beasthood is one of the reasons many hunters detracted from him, and how his reputation wavered.
Tarnished.
Although in the end he was still revered as a legendary hero amongst the church hunters of old. When speaking to Simon after the fight, he reveals some interesting information to the Pale Blood Hunter.
Here, this is Ludwig's guiding light, the blinding thread that led and misled that consummate hero. The poor brute.
After the death of Ludwig, we learn the true reason why Ludwig descended into madness. The guidance rune gave Ludwig the courage to fight on, but Ludwig's ultimate strength was his greatest weakness, and ultimately, it led to his downfall.
And then this is where we arrive. So this is where we come in. So that is basically the history... Oh, sorry, is that the hunter's arrival? This is where we come in. Okay.
On the night of the hunt, an outsider arrives at Yusefka's clinic, agreeing to bear arms and partake in the endless hunt, in exchange to being treated via blood menstruation, described as a unique but common treatment in Yharnam. Yusefka is a doctor working under the healing...
So... we are an outsider joining the hunt. We enter Yarnum. We need something, that's why we're here. Right? Typically, I guess people heard the prospect of, you know, come to Yarnum, this, and this, the blood, whatever. You join up. He was a sick outsider. Yeah. And the only way to obtain anything here is with... You got to put the work in if you want the blood. Right? But does Yusefka even know that? Do all of these people know what's going on, yet they still welcome outsiders? Is welcoming outsiders the plans of the Great One and the Moon, the Pale Moon? Is that really what that is? Yeah, you're an outsider that got sick and came to Yarnum, and everyone knows that Yarnum is so fucked. Yeah, we're cannon fodder, we're nobody. So, you know what's interesting is Yarnum still hasn't fallen to complete shit. When you arrive in Yarnum, it seems like it's not even... It's like one whole day. It's like 2 days, no? Because they call it the night. The night is long, the hunt, blah, blah, blah. You go around talking to people who are still inflicted or conflicted with this blood condition. Right? Remember all the windows you talk through and the people you talk to and everyone's going insane slowly? Right? It's like a single night. Yeah, this whole game is the span of like 1 day. You arrive in the city, you're put to work, you need the blood, so go out there and kill some monsters. Right? Yeah. And the city still hasn't fallen to complete chaos. Well, it has, but there are still people alive. Yeah.
Church, overseeing the clinic in central Yarnum. Visiting the clinic allows the hunter to interact with Yusefka, and it's made clear that she cares deeply for her patients, as she states.
Out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door.
This would be a cool
I
show
am
or a
Yusefka.
movie.
The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection.
This is worth keeping in mind, as upon revisiting Yusefka at a later
she's an
point,
alien.
she seems to have a conflicting personality, asking the hunter to send survivors to her clinic, directly contradicting what she had previously said. In addition, her tone of voice is suspiciously different. This is due to Yusefka being replaced by an imposter upon her second visit, revealing that the real Yusefka and her patients had become vessels for the imposter's experiments. Once the hunter is able to enter the clinic, the imposter is seen lying on an operating table, suffering from an unknown pain. Her position on the table, coupled with her dialogue, hint at the fact that she was impregnated by a Great One, but unlike others who were non-consensually impregnated, the imposter did this intentionally, as it was the goal of her experiment, with the intent of elevating humanity into kin. A 1/3 umbilical cord can be retrieved from the imposter following her death on the operating table, expressing that Provost Willem sought the cord in order to elevate his being and thoughts to those of a Great One, by lining his brain with eyes, the only choice he knew, if man were to ever match their greatness, insinuating that she had been influenced by Willem's research, leading her to conduct her own experiments, unfortunately at the cost of the real Yusefka and her patients. In the city of Yarnum, no one is safe from the temptation of the old blood, or the desire of wanting something greater, the urge to level with the Great Ones. To observe those who succumb to the bloodlust, one mustn't look beyond Father Gascoigne, a victim of the old blood. Although Father Gascoigne didn't yearn for godhood, he did surrender to the bloodlust. Father Gascoigne was a priest, explained by his name. Following the scourge of beasts, he joined the healing church as a hunter, and fought for an honourable cause. Father Gascoigne was a family man, caring for his wife Viola and his 2 daughters. As he fought through the incessant nights, he began to be affected by the bloodlust, resulting in him forgetting his family and fostering an obsession with hunting beasts. He who fights with monsters should be careful lest he thereby become a monster. If the hunter visits Father Gascoigne's residence, they are able to communicate with his children and are given a tiny music box, as the music box is the sole object that reminds Father Gascoigne of his family and returns him home after a long blood-filled night. The children explain that on this night, both their mother and father are yet to return home. At this point, the hunter is presented with multiple options. They can inform the younger sibling of the existence of Yusefka's clinic, in which she would become another victim of the imposter's experiments, turned into a celestial minion, or Erdin Chapel, a safe haven for all survivors who seek refuge. Of course, the moral choice would be the latter. Crossing paths with Father Gascoigne will ensue with a battle, as the once honourable man had finally succumbed to the bloodlust, showing little signs of humanity left within him. Towards the conclusion of the
So, succumbing to the bloodlust basically means everyone in this town is with the blood. Everyone has the blood in them. essentially his job was to go out and hunt monsters for the church. That's what he signed up for, a noble cause, save the town. But what he was doing and gave into was he was drinking the blood of the people he slayed with the idea of elevation. Everyone's kind of, the thrill of the hunt, the urge to kill overwhelms them. But they partake in the blood. Do they drink the blood? That's why. You say they give into beasthood, but how do they just transform? Isn't it just them drinking the blood? He used the blood for healing. Well, then how do you transform into a monster? Nominated for Streamer of the Year. Yeah, okay. Decade. So how did he give into his bloodlust? Everyone uses the blood in Yharnam. Yeah, everyone does. But why do some people transform and some don't? Succumbing to urges. Okay. Like primal, like violence? Like he loved hunting so much that he found it soothing or something? Is that essentially what it was? They OD? It's an addiction? They find it thrilling and they keep doing it? Old blood is more addictive than alcohol. Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is he succumbed to the bloodlust. Gascon was out here hunting monsters. What actually made him a monster? Given into the hunt. What is it? They have sacred blood, so their transformation is more fucked. Well, mental fortitude. Is it a mental thing? Everyone in this town has the blood of the Thumerians. They have the blood of the old ones in them. That serum, that blood, is the special holy cure. But some people who dive off the deep end mentally and give into certain things become monsters. Usage of the healing blood, it compels people to become more monstrous and violent. Oh, so it all has to do with the blood. So I'm assuming as this guy went out, he fucked up a bunch of monsters. He ended up having to use the blood over and over and over again to heal himself by dealing with the monsters. He became addicted, and then he basically turned into a beast. Is that what that is? Does that make sense? Correct. Is that true? Well, yeah, but what I was thinking is, like, is he drinking the blood of these creatures? Is he doing all this stuff? Because, I mean, it is their blood. It's in them. Okay. With vials. Yeah. Open wound contact. I guess it's any sort of blood. It's all in the blood. Everyone's blood in this town is tainted. It's cursed. Whatever you do, don't take the blood. So is that, even if you take a little bit, are you fine? It's about giving into the addiction and kind of just overindulging. The blood was once a miracle, but it has been misused and abused, and this is the consequence of overindulgence of the blood. Yeah, that I do know. Yeah. I use the blood to heal, exactly, but I don't turn into the beast. Yeah. Well, you know what? There was a lot of people in this cemetery who weren't monsters, and he was killing them, right? Was he trying to just take their blood? Was he drinking in it, right? Once you lose your purpose, you become hollow. In Bloodborne, you just go feral. let's just keep watching. We'll return to this for sure.
Fight, Father Gascoigne
return to that.
mutates now into a physical manifestation of the beast he had become. During this fight, the hunter is able to make use of the music box, distracting Gascoigne with a memoir of his family in order to inflict further damage on him. After the battle is won, examining the environment will discover Viola's body laying motionless, revealing that on the night of the hunt, Viola had left the house in search of Gascoigne, only to arrive too late and be met with the beast in the form of the man she loved. Little did she know her failure to accompany the music box with her that night would lead to her death at the hands of her once beloved husband. Exasperating the already tragic tale is the realization that Father Gascoigne's youngest daughter is killed by a man-eater boar in this same night, whilst attempting to reach Erdene Chapel. This is revealed when the hunter slays the man-eater boar, only to find a bloodied white ribbon belonging to the innocent child. Delivering the white ribbon to the older sibling will lead to her death at the hands of a brick troll, a woeful end to the Gascoigne bloodline. Succumbing to the bloodlust had become a familiar occurrence in the city of Yharnam, giving purpose to those such as Eileen the Crow, a hunter of hunters. With the city becoming ever more corrupted by the blood, those employed to oppose the scourge of beasts had become victims of it themselves. To level the playing field, hunters such as Eileen are sent to put an end to those who had suffered a similar fate to Father Gascoigne. Eileen provides hunters who are on the brink of losing their sanity a dignified death, forbidding them from transforming into beasts. This is known as a sky burial, resulting in the deceased being laid to rest in an elevated position and left for the crows to feed off of their blood, cleansing the body from the corrupted blood within it. Symbolized by Eileen's name and her outfit matching that of a crow, Eileen is found carrying out her duty as she takes the fight to Father Gascoigne's hunting partner, Henrique, who is said to have gone mad. Following her triumph against Henrique...
We didn't do this. We didn't do this at all. We actually didn't do this. So I found Eileen, and I was supposed to go visit her after killing Gascoigne, and I forgot to do that, and she thought I fucked up and succumbed to the plague, and so she tried to kill me, right? So she was doing this. She had a noble cause, I suppose, putting hunters to rest before they turn into beasts. I fucked up her quest line. Yeah, that was my bad.
In an elevated position and left for the crows to feed off of their blood, cleansing the body from the corrupted blood within it. Symbolized by Eileen's name and her outfit matching that of a crow, Eileen is found carrying out her duty as she takes the fight to Father Gascoigne's hunting partner, Henrique, who is said to have gone mad. Following her triumph against Henrique, Eileen can later be found incapacitated outside of the Grand Cathedral, revealing that she had been outfought by the Bloody Crow of Canehurst, a hunter who had succumbed to the bloodlust, making him a target for Eileen, who in her old age can no longer be as effective in combat. This prompts the Pale Blood Hunter to take matters into their own hands, bravely dueling the Bloody Crow and laying him to rest. Doing so will reward the hunter with a Crow Hunter badge, an item passed down from generation to generation to honour those who hunt affected hunters. In addition, Eileen will express some final words of gratitude before disappearing from Yharnam, never to be seen again.
Don't you ever listen to your elders. No matter. You did save my life. My eyes grow heavy. Let me rest a while.
Okay.
Whilst the Healing Church was being formed, Master Willem anticipated the repercussions of using the old blood. He feared that his former student Lawrence would make contact with the Great Ones and possibly summon them back into the waking world, causing history to repeat itself. Master Willem completes a final great ritual on Rom, one of his loyal students. He utilizes the umbilical cord they had previously acquired from the Great One Cos, and lines Rom's brain with eyes, ascending her to become a newly formed Kin Great One. A Kin Great One refers to a mortal who had previously acquired great ritual.
Sorry, what? What?
Whilst the Healing Church was being formed, Master Willem anticipated the repercussions of using the old blood. He feared that his former student Lawrence would make contact with the Great Ones and possibly summon them back into the waking world, causing history to repeat itself. Master Willem completes a final great ritual on Rom, one of his loyal students. He utilizes the umbilical cord they had previously acquired from the Great One Cos, and lines Rom's brain with eyes, ascending her to become a newly formed Kin Great One. A Kin Great
He made one of his students into that creature. He ascended one of his students into that fucking thing. Kind of begs the question, Isn't that the same thing that happens to me, though? The kin Great One, sorry.
Great One refers to a mortal who had transformed into a Great One. They are not fully formed, and therefore inferior in power to innate Great Ones. This is seen...
Isn't that exactly what happened to me at the end of my game? Isn't that kind of the case? Like, kind of not really? Because at the end of my playthrough, I ate the umbilical cords, and I became a fucking squid. Not fully formed, as he said. Yeah. You're not a kin... Okay, so the kin Great Ones are kind of like little bastard... failed things. They're not completely there.
With Rom, as when faced with a hunter, she desperately slams the ground around her and profusely directs projectiles towards the hunter.
That's
with
a
no
fucking
real strategy.
person?
Rom is also accompanied by a group of miniature spiders
Eyes
to
and
defend the
cords,
creature,
yeah, eyes and
further
cords.
evidencing her lack of competence. Rom is placed in a small pocket dimension deep below the Moonside Lake, with the sole purpose of shielding the physical world from the beckoning of the Moon Presence. A note left behind in a lecture building states, "The nameless Moon Presence beckoned by Lawrence and his associates, Pale Blood." It is hinted that Lawrence and the Healing Church did indeed attempt to commune with the Moon Presence through the Mensis ritual. Although Rom is described as vacuous, meaning she wielded a lack of intelligence or rational thought, she is said to have the knowledge of the Eldritch truth. Rom places a barrier that prevents any human from seeing the true nature of the world, masking a horrid reality with a false sense of existence. A note in the Bergenworth Academy reads, "The spider hides all manner of rituals, certain to reveal nothing, for true enlightenment not need be shared. Defeating the vacuous spider beckons the blood moon to descend, revealing the true nature of the world. Rom's ability to manipulate the perception of reality is void of existence, stripping back the false orchestrated reality to reveal the true horrors that resided in Yharnam, the amalgamation of all the sins committed by those who dared to commune with the Great Ones. The loss of Rom, and her ability to shadow the world from the Mensis ritual, summons the spiritual presence of Queen Yharnam, who can be seen at the bottom of the Moonside Lake, following the hunter's battle with Rom. The Queen is seen distressed, knowing from experience what the Great Ones are capable of, especially now that they can operate freely without Rom's protection. The importance of maintaining Rom's presence is at the utmost priority, as further expressed by the shadows of Yharnam being...
So Rom was like the barrier between the Great Ones and them kind of just existing in the world freely. That thing was like the shield between people interacting with them willingly, like freely. And you've unleashed the Great Ones. But you wouldn't know what you were doing, you just kind of killed it. Yeah, Rom could hide reality with one of 3 umbilicals. So if you have 3 of them, what can you do in that case? Yeah, you're right.
Revealing the true nature of the world. The fall of the shadow bot experience, the impulse of Yharnam being seen in Rom's presence is at the utmost priority, as further expressed by the shadows of Yharnam being tasked with stopping anyone attempting to step into Bergenworth territory. The shadows of Yharnam are servants of Queen Yharnam, placed as a barrier for those who seek to disturb Bergenworth. The Blood Rapture rune reads, "This rune resonates with servants of the Queen, carrier of the Child of Blood, who yearn for their Queen's blood with little hope of requitement." This statement solidifies them as servants of the Queen, and although this could be confused with them being servants of Queen Annalise, the fact that they appear in A Nightmare of Mensis along with Queen Yharnam clarifies that the rune refers to Queen Yharnam. This will be further analysed at a later point. The dread left behind by the Skull of Mensis is clearly illustrated by the condition of Yarhagul, Unseen Village. Inspecting the environment, it is transparent that things had gone wrong, as dead Mensis scholars can be seen scattered around the landscape, wagons of corpses occupying the streets, as well as crowds of petrified people phasing through concrete structures.
Ew.
The destruction left behind displays the tale of the Mensis scholars occupying the city of Yarhagul and making it home to their experiments. These experiments were not to be taken lightly, as ritual items such as bloodshot eyeballs, inflicted organs, backbones and corpses were required. Many stagecoaches can be found in Yarhagul, displaying the many ways the ritual items were transported from all over Yharnam. The same coaches can be found in Hemwick, suggesting that many of the items were retrieved from there. The Mensa scholars were not alone in this expedition, as the evidence suggests that they sought the help of the witches of Hemwick. The witches were eye collectors, and they likely helped gather bloodshot eyeballs and direct them to Yarhagul. Defeating the witch of Hemwick provides the hunter with a bloodshot eyeball, described as material used in a holy chalice rite, an exquisite eyeball removed quickly after death, or perhaps even before. Strengthening this argument is the presence of executioners in Hemwick, who were giant servants of the school of Mensis. Upon closer inspection, they can be seen wearing Yahagul attire, suggesting that they were sent to Hemwick by the scholars in order to aid in gathering the required ritual items. Also aiding the school of Mensis was Archibald, the school's tomb prospector. Archibald was obsessed with the artificial reproduction of lightning bolts, inspiring him to develop items such as bolt paper and the tonitrus. It's implied that Archibald worked mainly within the walls of Yahagul, as the majority of his inventions reside there. Whilst his creations were not fully appreciated at the time of their inception, they would later be put to use by the school of Mensis due to their effectiveness against celestial beings such as the Kin. Driven by his desire to create the blue sparks of the Dark Beast, Archibald raided tombs where dark beasts lived, providing him with the equipment and knowledge he needed to create the sparks himself, regrettably at the cost of bringing to life his most dangerous creation yet, Dark Beast Paul. Paul is described as a giant skeletal beast, with electricity emitting throughout its entire body.
Why does this matter though? Why does that matter? Yaragul. Wasn't Yaragul hidden? When Rom died, Yaragul opened up, correct? No. That we're talking about the jail, right? The Gaul. When you get sent to the Gaul, that is Yaragul, correct? Experimentation and acquisition of ritual materials. So these are all different aspects of the city. Yeah, I got kidnapped and I got sent to Yaragul. Yeah. So are these, this is all in tandem with the hidden church, not the hidden church, the healing church, right? So these are all different divisions, not divisions, but like, is Yaragul connected with the healing church? These guys were in charge of the acquisition of items to be used, right? So the church had all these different branches going on. They had the hunters, they had this, the holy blades. They had these the Yaragul people who went around and found things to be used in various things for the church, right? Is that what that is? If you get kidnapped, you see Yaragul fake, though it's not even real. They were kidnapping people for the Mensis rituals, which were still... That was for Bergenworth, though, right? Bergenworth is the... Yeah, I was going to say, Mensis School is a branch of Bergenworth. Okay, so it's another learning branch. People who would try different things to ascend, essentially. But everything still boils down to the healing church. At the very core of it, the healing church. Well, no, sorry. The figurehead is the healing church. What is behind the figurehead is Bergenworth Academy and its branches, right? So Yaragul and so on and so forth, correct? If that makes sense, right? If I'm not mistaken. Because the church is what the people see, but behind the scenes is Yaragul and Bergenworth and all these other places that, you know, all of that stuff formed from. Everyone's trying to ascend in a different way. The healing church, well, sorry, maybe I'm wrong then. The healing church was formed from a defector of Bergenworth. Lawrence went his own way and did the healing church stuff, whereas Willem stayed with Bergenworth Academy and tried to ascend via eyes. Is that correct? So you've got different people, different opposing things, trying to ascend in their own ways. One is with the blood, one is with ritualistic items and eyeballs and things. Okay, right. Sorry, my brain is trying to process all this. And they work against each other, not... You know, the church is the figurehead, and then Bergenworth is like the behind the scenes. Don't they work against each other? In a way? The church is like the very typical thing, like, hey, join up, drink the blood, blah, 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 you'll be fine. And then Bergenworth is like doing some shady shit, going off and finding eyeballs and all that crap. It's a parallel to each other. All the schools, including the Healing Church, branch out from the academy. Each school's trying to find a way to ascend to godhood. Yeah, so the church, Bergenworth is insight, Lawrence is blood, Mensis is cult rituals. The choirs get impregnated by great ones. So those are all different aspects of Yharnam. They're different groups of people in Yharnam that believe in different things on ascension. That's what that is? and they all branched out from Bergenworth. Bergenworth was the academy where all of them came from, all of these great minds, and they all went their own way as to figure out how to, like, ascend. Is that what that is? So they all stemmed from Bergenworth. Bergenworth, Big Brain Academy. Big Brain Academy find old blood. Everyone thinks they know what they're doing. They all go their own separate ways. They betray each other, and they all try and ascend in their own way, and those are the parts of the city that you deal with. That's the church stuff. That's Yeragul when you visit the prison. That's them. The choir is their own one. Okay. That's cool. That's pretty simple. Come to think of it, that's a very tight-knit thing, right? You have Thumerian ancients or whatever, the people who used to live here. They dug out holes and tunnels. They created a kingdom underground. They ended up finding a great one. They worked with the great one for power, and they said, okay, if you bear our children, we will give you power. And instead of doing that, they were greedy, and they forced the power from the creature. They said, give me your baby, I'm going to eat you, whatever. And all of them were cursed. Later down the line, Yharnam was founded, whatever, it was built upon Thumeria, and Bergenworth led expeditions into Thumeria and found the blood of the Thumerians, the ones that betrayed the old ones, the cursed blood. They brought it back. They then figured, hey, we can use this to ascend. Everyone then had their own ideas as to how to use the blood. It all still stemmed from the blood, correct? Initially? And at that point, everyone went off and did their own thing, and then Yharnam kind of fell to the curse because everyone kind of gave into it. That makes sense. Is that correct? I think that's correct. It's visualized and explained so strange in the game, it makes you actually put it together. You never get this. It stemmed from them finding the first great old one. Lawrence was the only one using the blood. So he went off and founded the healing church with the blood. So then what did Willem do? Willem had eyes? So how did Willem go about his own bullshit, his own beliefs? What was he doing in particular? He sought insight through eyes, and then he also led the expedition on the fishing hamlet. He ripped apart everyone, took their eyes. Yeah. Tortured people with experiments. Okay, so... But that still didn't lead to the curse of the beast, right? The beast curse formed from the blood. So what he was doing was so royally fucked up, but it didn't stem from the blood. The fatheads at the clock tower, yeah. So Lawrence pretty much... Well, I mean, Willem was a fucking freak. If Willem sought transcendence through torture and experiments and fucking people up, I mean, that sounds... Well, yeah. Yeah, that's bad. I don't think Lawrence... Willem is fucked up. Lawrence, did he have good intentions? He brought the blood to the people. Was he aware of what it caused when he did that for people? Is that what that was? Lawrence basically lied to everyone for control? He learned of the blood's properties and still kind of, you know, garnered power through giving people that blood? Like, hey, look, I've got the miracle cure. He ignored the adage. Fear the old blood. He saw Cause had parasites, so he was placing parasites into people's heads. That was Willem. Yeah. That's fucking weird. He still didn't tell anyone. Okay. So in terms of Yeragul and the Mensis stuff, those were also detractors from, like... those were people from Bergenworth as well, correct? And they sought a different type of way to commune with the old ones and kind of transcend in their own way. Mikolash. So who was Mikolash for? Mensis tried to create or get direct contact with the Great One. That was with the cages, right? The big cages on their head. So then who's the other one? I still don't get the origins of Mensis and Yeragul. Seems kind of random. What I understand is that just like the Healing Church and just like Willem's Bergenworth nonsense, these are other people who sought to ascend in their own way. They took their own road to ascension, essentially. They all believed in different things to try and commune and become a Great One, or become to that level. That's what Yeragul and the Mensis shit is, essentially. They're all branches, yeah. They all branched out from Bergenworth. Mensis is another school of thought. But did they stem from Bergenworth? Wait, you know what? Now I remember. Remember when you go off to Yeragul and you fight the fucked up flesh Great One? Oh, is that Mensis? They tried to create a Great One through bodies that they would steal? The reborn Great One, is that what that is? Wow. So this is just who can be more fucked up. This is literally people devolving into fucking freaks and just saying, I can ascend, but I have to stitch together 500 dead bodies. I can ascend. I have to steal your eyeballs and infect you with parasites. I can ascend by using this healing blood, and I know what it does, but you're still going to drink it. I mean, Lawrence, to me, seems the least problematic. Lawrence seems the least problematic. Well, okay, not the least problematic. The whole fucking town went to shit because of him. But, like, in terms of how fucked up everything became, I mean, what he did doomed everyone, but the way he did it seemed the least fucked up. Oh, wait, wanted to see what would happen. Was that it? He gave people blood because he wanted to see how they would ascend, if they could ascend? Is that what that was? Is that what that was? He kept experimenting on people? Oh my god. So he knew the properties of the blood, that it could save you, but he was also curious to see what would happen if more people took it? Oh my... Okay, that's actually really fucked up, though. That's actually really fucked up, though. It's not as gruesome, but it's more... Is it more disturbed? But at the same time, it gave the church more power as an institution. Yeah, exactly. Which in turn gave him more power. Share the thing and help people. Okay. What a weird... So, is there 4 branches of Bergenworth? You have Mensis. Let's just say Bergenworth with Willem, and then the Healing Church with Lawrence. So, who founded the idea of creating an old one? Healing, Mensis, and something? Aren't there names? Who founded the Mensis shit? Who founded wearing the cages on their heads? What's his name? And the choir. Yeah, the choir one. So who founded Mensis? Mikolash. And then who founded the choir? That would be 4. Everyone wanted to ascend in their own way. The choir was a branch of the church? Ludwig was, he was just an order of the church to go out and, like, cleanse the beasts. I don't think he was anything in particular outside of, like, a hero. The choir is not defined. Okay, so the church and the choir, Bergenworth with Willem, and Mikolash with Mensis. Right? The choir was the Healing Church who stayed away from blood. Okay. And everyone had their own fucked up ways of, like, transcending. One sec. Let me let Mochi in. Hi, little buddy. You want to come join me? Want something demonic. Demon! Demon. Go. Go, Mochi. Hi, little buddy. I miss you. All right, let's continue.
Body. Following its resurrection,
we'll talk in a little bit. Let's just keep watching.
The dark beast broke out of its cage in an attempt to escape capture, only to find itself trapped within the locked gates of Yahagul, perpetually living in a prison.
So wait, hang on. What's the point of this? I'm listening to this. I don't get it. So what's with this electric beast?
Shut eyeball, described as material used in a holy chalice rite, an exquisite eyeball removed quickly after death, or perhaps even before. Strengthening this argument is the presence of executioners in Hemwick, who were giant servants of the school of Mensis. Upon closer inspection, they can be seen wearing Yahagul attire, suggesting that they were sent to Hemwick by the scholars in order to aid in gathering the required ritual items. Also aiding the school of Mensis was Archibald, the school's tomb prospector. Archibald was obsessed with the artificial reproduction of lightning bolts, inspiring him to develop items such as bolt paper and the tonitrus. It's implied that Archibald worked mainly within the walls of Yahagul, as the majority of his inventions reside there. Whilst his creations were not fully appreciated at the time of their inception, they would later be put to use by the school of Mensis due to their effectiveness against celestial beings such as the Kin. Driven by his desire to create the blue sparks of the Dark Beast, Archibald raided tombs where dark beasts lived, providing him with the equipment and knowledge he needed to create the sparks himself, regrettably, at the cost of bringing to life his most dangerous creation yet, Dark Beast Paul. Paul is described as a giant skeletal beast, with electricity emitting throughout its entire body. Following its resurrection, the Dark Beast broke out of its cage in an attempt to escape capture, only to find itself trapped within the locked gates of Yahagul, perpetually living in a prison until it was one day met with a hunter. The Dark Beast wasn't the only victim of experimentation, as in the Lumen Flower Garden in the Upper Cathedral Ward, the hunter is faced with what remains of the Healing Church experiment, the Celestial Emissary. The Great One conceals itself as a celestial minion until threatened by the hunter, where it then quadruples in size, revealing its true appearance. The creation of the Celestial Emissary began in the research hall, where orphans were captured and used for experimentation, with the goal of communing with the brightest daughter of the cosmos. The orphanage key reads, "The orphanage, shadowed by the Grand Cathedral, was a place of scholarship and experimentation, where young orphans became potent unseen thinkers for the Healing Church. The orphans would be forced to consume infested water containing microscopic life, which in return solidified their brain fluid. This led to the majority of the patients losing their sanity, driven to madness by the immoral experiments. The patients were looked after by Lady Maria, an old hunter. She sought those who showed the—
No, Moji. Ah, you're bad, little baby. Wait. You want a little potato? You want a little potato bite? Not big one. Or today.
the most potential, and tasked them with tending the Lumen Flower Garden, believing that the flowers would allow them to forget their suffering and evolve at a faster rate. Alas, nothing became of those patients, coming ever so close, yet just far enough from reaching the final transformation of becoming a Great One. An exception to this was the Celestial Emissary, who managed to maintain its sanity long enough and used for experimentation, with the goal of communing with the brightest daughter of the cosmos. The orphanage key reads, "The orphanage, shadowed by the Grand Cathedral, was a place of scholarship and experimentation, where young orphans became potent unseen thinkers for the Healing Church. The orphans would be forced to consume infested water containing microscopic life, which in return solidified their brain fluid. This led to the majority of the patients losing their sanity, driven to madness by the immoral experiments. The patients were looked after by Lady Maria, an old hunter. She sought those who showed the most potential, and tasked them with tending the Lumen Flower Garden, believing that the flowers would allow them to forget their suffering and evolve at a faster rate. Alas, nothing became of those patients, coming ever so close, yet just far enough from reaching the final transformation of becoming a Great One. An exception to this was the Celestial Emissary, who managed to maintain its sanity long enough to cultivate the power of the cosmos, reaching its full potential and transforming into a Great One. With the rise of the Blood Moon."
So that was a person, the emissary in the garden. So all of those people were turning into those creatures. They were children too, orphanage. So they used kids as experiments to commune with Ebertas, the giant fucking winged, face opened up thing. Yeah, everything you fight in this game, outside of the Great Ones, the initial Great Ones, were people.
Comes along the resurrection of Pthumerian beings in the form of Chime Maidens. Having them appear in Yarhagul suggests that they were present and in some way involved in the Mensis ritual. Beckoning the Blood Moon summons the Chime Maidens to begin performing blood rites, to summon the dead and control them, to attack those who are seen as a threat. The sinister chalice description states, the bell-ringing woman appears to be a mad Pthumerian, solidifying that they are Pthumerians. The Chime Maidens, although awakened in a different era, are still driven by the same goal of contacting Murgo. They can be seen summoning a vessel in an attempt to provide Murgo's formless self a physical presence to latch onto. The vessel is known as the One Reborn, described as a result of a failed experiment conducted in Yarhagul. As mentioned previously, the School of Mensis aimed to advance humanity by attempting to propel themselves into a higher plane of existence, viewing this as a logical evolutionary step for mankind. They were prepared to go to any length to achieve this goal, without any remorse for those they may affect. The School of Mensis attempted to use Murgo's umbilical cord to commune with the Great One Murgo. Although Murgo was the stillborn of Queen Yharnam, the Great One still existed in the Nightmare Realm following its death in the waking world, similar to how Kos was able to curse the fishing hamlet following its death. Murgo's umbilical cord states, every Great One loses its child, and then yearns for a surrogate. This cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. The description of the cord refers to the Mensis ritual. It isn't entirely clear what the ritual entailed, however it is apparent that it was a demanding and painful process. This can be hypothesized based on seeing Mikolash, one of the scholars involved in the ritual, shackled to his chair, suggesting that for him to remain seated during the ritual, he needed to be tied down, due to the strain it can have on the body. Mikolash is also seen wearing a cage on his head. The purpose of the Mensis cage is to channel moonlight that facilitates contact with the Great Ones of the Dream, as explained by the item description. Referring back to the description of the umbilical cord, it proposes that the ritual does work to a degree, as the cord grants Mikolash and his peers the ability to commune with Murgo. However, this comes at a hefty cost, as it results in the stillbirth of their brains, referring to Mikolash being eternally trapped in the nightmare of Mensis. Mikolash is seen aimlessly wandering the halls of Murgo's loft, muttering to himself like a madman, whose sanity had been stripped away, a sorrowful end to a key figure in the events that unfold in Yharnam. After all, it is the Mensis ritual that beckoned the Great Ones into the waking world, and set in motion the events that led to the destruction of Yarhagul. Exploring deeper into the nightmare of Mensis, it is made evident that this nightmare was constructed to reflect a specific part of the Meru. This is reinforced by the appearance of Queen Yharnam in the nightmare. She can be seen standing atop of Murgo's loft, helplessly weeping whilst gazing upon the top of the castle, where Murgo's wet nurse resides. In this scene, the Queen's stomach can be seen stained in blood, reflecting her tragic history of being betrayed by the blood-crazed Pthumerians, who killed her and her unborn child, Murgo. What is presented can be explained as her consciousness living in a dream world, designed to resemble the castle where she had planned to birth Murgo, eternally mourning her child's death. In addition to this, the cries of the trapped spirit of Murgo can also be heard within the nightmare, and can only be silenced by defeating Murgo's wet nurse, bringing an end to the cursed nightmare, followed up with the Queen herself bowing to you as a sign of gratitude, before her consciousness is released from the nightmare. Queen Yharnam's story is one of tragedy and loss, however she does not suffer in solitude, as sharing that dread is Ariana, woman of pleasure, who bears a similar fate. Ariana can first be encountered in the cathedral ward, mistaking the hunter for a customer and turning them away. Building trust with Ariana grants the hunter access to her blood, received as a gift. The blood of Ariana is described as such. Blood taken from Ariana, Cathedral Ward, woman of pleasure. A member of the Old Healing Church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden. This statement informs that Ariana's blood resembles the once forbidden blood, referring of course to the vile blood. But what does this mean? The resemblance of blood suggests that Ariana may have been a descendant of Queen Annalise, who was known to consume Yharnam's forbidden blood, and if she wasn't directly related to the Queen, it would still suggest that Ariana possesses vile blood in her genes. What nourishes this idea is the fact that Ariana sports a dress of a Canehurst noblewoman, one not too different from Queen Annalise. Once the blood moon hangs low over Yharnam, Yharnam, Ariana begins to express being in pain and states the following.
Oh, there's something wrong with me.
One sec. Mochi! Come on, buddy. No, come here. All right.
It hurts. My stomach.
Just giving
It
birth.
hurts terribly.
At this point, she'll refuse to give the hunter any more blood, and she won't be heard from until Miklash has been slain in the Nightmare of Mensis. Returning to the cathedral ward, Ariana isn't seated in her usual location, but instead found in a sewer-like room at the bottom of Erdin Chapel. At the end of a trail of blood, Ariana is seen weeping after birthing a celestial infant, a child of a Great One. This reveals that the formless Great One Erdin had impregnated Ariana, explaining the pain that was abruptly bestowed upon her. Clarifying this is the description of the 1/3 umbilical cord dropped by the infant if the hunter chooses to kill it. The cord reads, "Every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate, and Erdin, the formless Great One, is no different. To think it was corrupted blood that began this eldritch liaison." This description is consistent to that of Mergo's cord, with the addition of Erdin being mentioned as the culprit to Ariana being impregnated. Similarities can now be drawn between Queen Yharnam and Ariana, as both were bearers of vile blood, were involuntarily impregnated by Erdin and lost their child in the process. This conveys a cycle that constantly repeats itself throughout history. A Great One yearns for a child, loses said child.
You okay? He has a sneeze. You okay? He was going rabid, but now he's sneezing. You okay, little buddy? Okay now. Oh, see, now he's gonna go rabid. He keeps sneezing. You okay? You alright, Mochi? One sec. He was going rabid, and now he's sneezing. Alright, little dude? He's in. It's good. All right. Let us continue.
Yearns for a new one, and the cycle repeats. Based on the revelations that unfolded with the presence of the blood moon, it is made clear that amongst the waking world also exists nightmare realms, as evidenced by the Nightmare of Mensis mentioned earlier. Nevertheless, this is not the only alternate realm that exists in this world, as the hunter's journey leads to the discovery of the Nightmare Frontier and the hunter's nightmare. The Nightmare Frontier is occupied and ruled by the Great One Amygdala, a dream world that originates from the ancient land of Loran. In the Nightmare Frontier, an ailing Loran chalice can be retrieved, which reads, "The tragedy that struck this ailing land of Loran is said to have its roots in the Scourge of the Beast." This references the origins of the Scourge of the Beast, which was detailed earlier, expressing that the fall of Loran was due to the excessive use of blood healing, causing the denizens to turn into...
So even Loran, which was probably before Thumeria, well, actually, you know what? Is Thumeria the root cause of everything? Like, Loran was also a realm. It was a place where, like Yharnam, there was the plague, right? So they must have found their own Great One, if that's the case, because Yharnam was built upon Thumeria. So it was another civilization ruined by the usage of old blood. So maybe it was completely separate from Thumeria. After Thumeria, before Yharnam. So did they stumble across Thumeria and steal the blood, or did they stumble across another old one and then take their blood? Right? Another pregnancy thing.
into beasts, eventually leading to the land being devoured by the sun.
Actually, it must have stemmed from Thumeria completely. Because that curse of blood only stemmed from the Thumerians fucking up. So fear the old blood. Fear the fucked up curse of the Thumerians who were greedy. Right? Yeah.
The final nightmare realm discovered is the Hunter's Nightmare. As previously explained, the Hunter's Nightmare originated from the creation of Kos, as a means of punishing the old Hunter's blasphemous acts in the fishing hamlet. Setting foot in the nightmare, a hunter is able to experience events of the past, viewed through a twisted and skewed lens. This is justified, as the Great Ones likely recreate these existent locations from memory, certain to take some liberties when portraying areas they don't recall correctly, or environments they perceive differently from humans, elucidating why the geography in Nightmare Realms can be illogical at times. This realm consists of a recreation of the Cathedral Ward and Central Yharnam, in addition to the Healing Church's Research Hall, Lady Maria's Clock Tower, and needless to say, the Fishing Hamlet. Exploring through these environments is what leads the hunter to discover the history and stories of important figures such as Ludwig the Accursed, Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower, and most tragic of all, what had become of Lawrence the First Vicar. All these figures who had shaped the course of time, now forever trapped in a dream world reserved for those who have a thirst for blood. Nearing the end of the nightmare, the hunter is forced to...
And that's all from the old ones. This is the old ones' punishment. They said, you fucked up, this is your existence now. Right? Damn.
Overcome one last
Don't
obstacle.
fuck with alien
the spirit
babies.
of the Orphan of Kos, lingering in the fishing hamlet, tethered to its mother's corpse until slain, freeing the trapped spirit and severing its ties from the Nightmare Realm, will bring satisfaction to Kos, implying that by killing the spirit of the Orphan of Kos, the child can return to the ocean, free to traverse the cosmos without restriction. This act alone urges Kos to lift the curse and bring an end to the hunter's nightmare.
Yeah. Free the child, move on.
Sweet child of Kos, returned to the ocean. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
Connecting both the Nightmare Frontier and the Nightmare of Mensis is the Lecture Hall, serving as a hub that bridges the gap between realms. It's likely that the Lecture Hall is a section of the Bergenworth Institute, one that had been wrapped up in the conflict between the School of Mensis and the Great One Mergo, resulting in it existing among the Nightmare realms caused by Miklash and his colleagues. Strengthening this theory is the fact that the School of Mensis originated in Bergenworth, with Miklash himself being a student and admirer of Master Willem. Aside from serving as a means of accessing the Nightmare realms, the Lecture Hall holds valuable information that reveals a change of heart from Lawrence following his failed expedition. Notes that can be found within the lecture building deduce that at a point in time, Lawrence had an epiphany, a new purpose. The wailing echoes of all the lives lost due to his ignorance and recklessness would not prevent his descent into madness. At last finding his true calling, Lawrence admits failure in the form of a note left behind in the hopes that someone would follow his footsteps. The note reads, Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race. Hunt the great ones, hunt the great ones. The note informs of a method to transcend the hunt. Hunters must face the great ones, and most importantly the moon presence, a great one who manipulates all that reside within the hunter's dream. As mentioned, the moon presence controls every aspect of the hunter's dream, including the host of the dream German, the first hunter. The dream was created by the moon presence to adhere to its goals, the goal of killing other great ones. It isn't entirely clear why it aims to do so. Could it be interlaced with putting a stop to the scourge of the beast?
So this thing uses hunters to further its goal at killing all the other old ones. Yeah, nobody knows why though. So it uses Gehrman to facilitate the dream, to guide hunters to basically go off and kill things because this thing wants it done. Infant great ones. Infant great ones.
The moon presence motivations remain a mystery to all beings, all except Lawrence, who somehow elicited key information from the moon presence when he beckoned the Great One into the world, inspiring him to write the note left behind, hunt the great ones, hunt the great ones.
What a fucking freak.
To confront the power of a great one such as the Moon Presence is easier said than done, and although it may appear to be impossible, a second note within the lecture building provides a more practical approach to defeating a great one. The note simply states, 3/3 umbilical cords. Although incredibly vague, the note implies that one must consume 3/3 umbilical cords of a great one in order to resist the power of the Moon Presence, who will attempt to enslave those who defy it. With this knowledge, the hunter can now face the hunt. Returning to the hunter's dream reveals a visual change in what has now become a familiar home to the hunter. The dream refuge is seen burning up in flames, signifying the end of the hunt. The hunter is then faced with three possibilities, one being submitting to Gurman, the host of the dream, and allowing him to free the hunter from the wretched nightmare, a final swift death to awaken the hunter in the real world, resulting in the host of the dream Gurman remaining shackled to the dream realm, eternally living alone in a small pocket dimension to serve all hunters passing through. Alternatively, the hunter can resist Gurman, opting to face the first hunter in an attempt to free him from the nightmare and become the new host. Choosing this path will confuse Gurman, as why would one volunteer to imprison themselves in the dream, prompting Gurman to say the following.
This is what we got.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
Choosing to free Gurman conveys the respect and care that was built between Gurman and the hunter throughout this journey, sacrificing oneself in favour of saving another. In the end, Gurman is freed, and the Moon Presence appears, the Great One who controls the dream. The Moon Presence enslaves the hunter and employs them in place of Gurman as the new Watcher of Dreams. The final possibility follows a similar trail to that of freeing Gurman. However, when faced with the Moon Presence, the hunter must implement the strategy left behind in the lecture building to consume 3/3 umbilical cords. This allows the hunter to withstand the power of the Great One and become immune to its influence due to becoming a Great One themselves. Lacking the strength to defeat other Great Ones, the Moon Presence chooses to manipulate the strongest hunter of an era, tasking them with guiding hunters through the nightmare to slay all other Great Ones. If the hunter chosen by the Moon Presence is defeated and past their prime, the Moon Presence will crown the victor as its new puppet. Now that the hunter stands as an equal, they can defeat the Moon Presence in battle. In the wake of the fight, the hunter transforms into a celestial being, illustrating the elevation into godhood, the once mortal human finally transcending the limitations of humanity and becoming a newly formed Great One, reaching a state that countless people have sacrificed their humanity and the world around them for a millennia in order to obtain their desire to live out the fantasy of being holier than thou. All the events that transpire throughout this world point to humanity's insecurity and their need to maintain control. Their own inability to accept being inferior to another species leads to their demise. People are seen going to great lengths to elevate themselves back to the top of the food chain and feel that sense of sovereignty that they had prior to the arrival of the Great Ones, at the cost of their own morality and their fellow human beings. Dating back to the Thumerian civilization, it is made evident that humans and the Great Ones could have maintained a symbiotic relationship if not for human greed. Overwhelming greed led to the Thumerians devouring their queen's blood, disrupting their relationship with the Great Ones, while simultaneously birthing the scourge of beasts. Indirectly, the Great Ones caused the death of their worshippers, as they did not anticipate the greed of man and the length they would go to imbibe the blood themselves. From this perspective, it is humans who had inflicted this plague upon themselves, as seen with Lawrence, Willem and Mikolash. Perhaps humanity should accept its insignificance in the universe, as clearly there are more advanced species present, ones that humans cannot possibly understand or relate to. On the other hand, why accept human limitations when the goal of ascension is obtainable, as evidenced by the hunter's journey. However, does that truly put humanity in a better position? Who's to say that once a human has become a great one, they will maintain their care for the world or even human lives? The truth is, there are no happy endings in the world of Bloodborne, as even once the hunt is conquered, if the hunter is to choose to submit to Gehrman, they will awaken in the world with no memory or recollection of any knowledge they had obtained whilst on the hunt. Everything relating to Byrgenwerth, the Healing Church, Nightmare Realms, Great Ones, and even the hunt itself will all be forgotten.
Even if they're all still there.
As if it never existed, and the cycle repeats. The same is to happen if the hunter takes Gehrman's place. The hunt repeats once again, leaving the hunter a slave to the cycle. Lastly, as mentioned, if the hunter transforms into a Great One, there are no guarantees that they will maintain their ability to relate to the human world, or care for it, as the hunter is a human no more. As disheartening as this revelation may be, humanity has survived for centuries, and continues to do so on hope alone. The hope of one day bringing an end to the scourge of beasts, and ascending to a higher plane of existence, where humans no longer live under the threat of the Great Ones. The hope that a world such as this can become a reality is what drives hunters to bear arms, and fight in the darkest of nights, and to seek the pale blood.
Were it not for fear, death would go unlamented. Seek the old blood.
Unharmed by the plague of beasts, I can even die human.
Oh, you are a sick puppy. You drink the blood of Arthur Town, and now this. And you talk of beasts. You hunters are the real killers.
Atonement for the wretches, by the wrath of Mother Goss. The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. The night and the dream will long. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world. And so, the hunt begins again.
I mean, there's a few things that are kind of strange here, but I understand the story pretty much completely. Press 1 if by the end of this video you understand Bloodborne. It's pretty simple. It's not nearly as complicated as I thought it was, to be honest. It's people trying to ascend and become more than just man, and they just do it in all the most fucked up ways. Right? They were given a chance at that ages ago with the Pthumerians, and they got greedy. And they thought they could take that shit into their own hands, and because of that, they cursed everyone. Right? 3, I learned it while playing. Well, I mean, you're not going to learn everything while playing the game. It's good to go back and iron out what you missed, maybe. It's as ground as it can be. Pretty much. Pretty much. I don't think there's any sort of, like, strange... Well, I mean, okay, so what's up with the... You know what I'm not understanding? You know the Nightmare Realms, correct? Were those fabricated by the old ones? That they would send people to, essentially? Is that what that was? Okay. Well, I mean, as of right now, what time is it? 7:15. There's a few things that we don't know of. Well, the experiment stuff could be interesting. The experiments of Bloodborne, like, okay, there are questions I think people still have, like, what are the little blue aliens? What's the amygdala? Right? What were their experiments for? Episode 4? You're talking about the tarnished archaeologist? Horrifying biology. Yeah, we could watch that. I'm kind of curious, though, too, as to this one. Like, why did they... I mean, first of all, why did they even look like aliens? Why did they look like that? Gehrman was a freak. Well, I mean, we'll watch this one now. I mean... So where did the old ones even come from? I guess that's the question. How did Kaz wash up on a beach? Where did any of these... One of them was inside the earth. They just kind of existed, and we found them, essentially. Right? No, we could take a 2-minute break here, for sure. I'm going to go get some more water. I have water here. Pee break! The nightmares are stacked in the frontier. You can see the castle where Murgo is off in the distance, and how you pointed out the mastiffs of the ships from the fishing hamlet. Okay, so they're different stacked nightmares. Well, exactly. It was pierced by a giant fishing hook. So this thing was just living in the ocean and they found it. One of them was living in a giant cave and they found it, assuming it just came to Earth at one point, right? Let me take a 2-minute break. Hold on to your questions, folks. Even I'm curious. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to pause. I will be back. I'm going to run some ads. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes, pee break, BRB, folks. Hold on. If you have questions, when I come back, we'll answer some, okay? Just 1 sec. All right, we're back. Let's go. Let us go. Let me add 10 minutes, maybe. 100. Okay. If there was any questions or anything you wanted to suggest we watch, you could do that. I gave the game like a 9. We're trying to watch all the lore. So now I understand the complete story of Bloodborne. I think this one is the experiments of Bergenworth. They shed their bodies in a sort of astral state. Okay, so they leave for the cosmos by shedding their bodies. Compare Elden Beast and Moon Presence Arena. Elden Beast? You talking about the thing at the end of the game? The giant cosmos room? Inside the tree? That was pretty much all the lore. That was the main lore, but I still want to see this about the experiments. We pretty much know it all, yeah. Nightmare Cart for full understanding. Well, we're going to watch this first, if anything. The doll and Gehrman's deal he made is quite intriguing. What was the deal that Gehrman made? How would you even know what his deal was? He made a deal with the Moon entity, right? The Moon Old One. Okay, we'll watch that after this, okay? I don't know what game is going to be tomorrow. I have no clue yet. I have to go look at the list. I figured it was animating the doll. I think he made the deal. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'm like, if this guy was kind of a gooner freak. He created this doll, this like likeness to someone he enjoyed, someone he wanted that he couldn't get, and it's alive in the dream with him, but those are the only two people there. And he's kind of grown tired of her. He's tired of everything. At first he had what he wanted, and in the end, you know, he thought he was probably going to be happy with the doll, and oh my god, it's my own Maria, and he's been there for so long that he just grew tired of everything, and he wanted it to end. Right? I'm assuming that's what it was. He's the entity. It's an eternity in there. Exactly. The entity was probably like, "Hey, I'll make that happen, but you have to help me," or something like that. Right? That makes sense if there was a deal involved. I think that's pretty much it. That makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah. So how did Cause give birth? How did Cause give birth to a creature that also resembled a human? Is it in this video? That's a good question, though. If the old ones couldn't give birth, how did Cause? Did they experiment on Cause? Because the Bergenworth people were here. The Bergenworth people ended up in this fishing hamlet, right? And they fucked everyone up. Cause was never born. So why is he a thing in the nightmare? I don't. Oh, was it the? Wait, was that Cause's dream the entire time? Are you in Cause's nightmare the entire time? Cause is real and it's the nightmare. The fetus is what the thing was dreaming of. Is that what that was? The hunters killed Cause's baby, but Cause can't have a baby unless Cause's baby was from some human. Is that what that was? I don't know. There's a few things that are strange still. The gist of Yarnum, the understanding of the Healing Church and Bergenworth and how humans, you know, devolved and were greedy, all of that stuff makes complete sense, and I'm not confused in the slightest. There are weird things, though, again, like what is the amygdala? What were the experiments? I guess we're going to find that out now. Why was Cause giving birth to this creature that looked like a human, right? The Blood Curse is by Odon, Hunter's Nightmare is Cause. Yeah, the Hunter's Nightmare is the DLC. The nightmare was a punishment of cause. So for fucking it up, everyone was stuck in this purgatory? Oh, so the amygdala is a completely different thing. It's a Great One creature that was drawn to Yharnam because they tried to contact Great Ones. It, like, latched onto their beacon. They're multidimensional. They span different things. If they die in one realm, they're still there. Okay, well, then, yeah. Yeah. Pop93, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate it. We'll watch some more stuff, though. We've got, like, an hour left. Well, let's do I want to do this one first, though. Let's do this one at least. If there's any other videos at the end of this that we still want to watch, we'll do more, but this one's important. At least I think. Because I do want to know what happened to all these people and why the experiments were so disturbing as they were. What? What the hell? The fuck is that? Evolution without courage. What the hell? Cuttlefish of Cthulhu. It's Odorous Urungus's dick. Yeah, look at these things. Ew.
A note left inconspicuously in the corner of the lecture hall balcony is both history and prophecy. For only we, the reader, know that the anxieties of the note writer did indeed ultimately come true. It reads, quote, "Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race." End quote. This note would imply that humanity itself was evolving, and that the character of those involved would dictate its eventual evolutionary outcome. This is an idea, the idea of humanity's evolution, that we might one day transcend our current biological station, which is steeped in Victorian science and history. In ancient times, people like Aristotle, who certainly noticed and was fascinated by the absolute diversity of animal and plant forms, more or less believed that each species had an ineffable and irreducible quality to it. There were exceptions, of course, the great Anaximander being one of them, but generally speaking, the notion of wide-scale evolution of life was just not held, much less understood as the mechanism by which all of the manifestly rich diversity of forms emerges. But starting in the 18th century and then culminating with Charles Darwin, an appreciation for the mutability of forms, the similarity of related species, the apparent evolutionary arc being displayed in the nascent fossil record, was beginning to take shape. In the decades before Darwin published his history-altering treatise on the origin of species by means of natural selection, it was widely appreciated that there was evolution of life, but there was still much debate as to how.
Everything is an alien. Everything is an alien. Look at this thing. Does that look normal to you? Look at its fucking ears. Take 2 seconds to look at this thing. Not its ears. What the hell are those horns? That's an alien. If you take 2 seconds to look at the world at large, this is a fucking alien. That's crazy looking. Have we ever taken the time to look at a goddamn giraffe? Seriously. Look at what the hell is this? It's antennas. It's a giraffe, but look how crazy everything looks. That's Jesus.
Evolution occurs. Now we understand it occurs across populations, but not individuals, principally through spontaneous genetic variation
That's gonna
and
be me
the
in 3
twin
years.
culling forces of natural selection
Unk
and
on the
sexual
move.
selection. But before Darwin, nobody knew this, and so they were left with a tantalizing mystery. They could tell that humans, like all other species, evolved from something. The question was how, and if this evolution was still ongoing. Many believed evolution could be directed or guided, if only they had the proper insight. Darwin's predecessors, including Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, believed in the transmutation of species, by which species are driven by some unknown force towards further and further complexity up the ladder of being. Darwin himself even believed in a sort of hierarchy of evolution, that is to say, that evolution progresses inexorably towards something, perhaps even towards some ultimate form. Some extrapolated that if
these
man
things are
evolved from
weird.
ape, then the next step in human evolution would be
Is a
something
mushroom.
even greater than man.
So this thing is just evolving into its next
It is really
stage.
hard to overstate how significant this perspective shift was on how humanity viewed itself. Like the heliocentric model of the solar system, Darwin's ideas at once displaced man's privileged place in the world, while at the same time, they opened up a whole new world of possibility for humanity. While some despaired, fearing we were no better than the apes we apparently descended from, others saw an opportunity. If we could evolve from beasts to men, then could we not continue that progress towards even greater existences?
What would be more than a man?
This is the tradition under which Bergenworth and the Choir operate. To study biological phenomena to help quote-unquote guide human evolution into a quote-unquote higher form. It doesn't take a great leap to see the similarities between the 19th century, an era of scientific inquiry and enthusiasm during which it was known that species could evolve, but not how they evolved, and the study and methodology of Bergenworth, under the direction of Master Willem, who above all else sought to transcend humanity through evolution. Last episode we discussed the story of Mensis, as the continuation of a very specific kind of research which began at Bergenworth. If it was Mensis that took the baton of electromagnetism research from Bergenworth, then it was the Choir who carried on the tradition of biological inquiry.
So
As their
Mensis...
set says,
Wait, sorry. Was Mensis more interest... Sorry, what was the point of Mensis? What was the point of Mensis and that whole electro fucking thing? What was their job with Parl? Was that another branch of this fucking evolutionary thing? Communion with the Great Ones. Yeah, through what, though? Through a different form of interaction? A different form of research? Usage of communication with the Great Ones. Parl was just found in the catacombs? Wait, Parl wasn't anything? Brute force evolution and creating beasts. So... Wait, was Parl brought back to life with electricity? Was that what that was? Signals and wavelengths, electricity, etc. Brute force evolution and creating beasts. So at all costs, just get it done. So they were the ones who created the giant flesh old one. They thought they could just kind of will it back to life like a Frankenstein creature. Is that what that was? And then they hit it with the electricity. Meow, 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 meow. Is that what that is? Okay, so everyone really is just trying to search for their own enlightenment through different means. Those people were more of like, get it done at all costs, bring over the fucking electroshock therapy and let's get this thing to life and let's evolve. These guys were more about biological evolution, whereas probably evolving the body, becoming more than just a human, right? That's why all of those creatures were aliens. Technically, they weren't mutated, they were evolved into the next stage of humanity. If we as humans were to become more, what would we be? We'd be those little blue aliens, or some shit like that. Frankensteining things, yeah. Schools of thought have different ideas as to how to achieve Great One status or communion. Exactly, that's really what this is. Okay. And these guys are more about the biological stuff. So Bergenworth with Willem, right?
This is, quote, members of the choir are both the highest-ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continue the work that began at Bergenworth, end quote.
Just watch.
Like in our own world, this new age marked a massive perspective shift. Rather than looking to God for understanding, as would have been done by their predecessors, they looked to the study of biology, as they now understood that humans have evolved just like any other creature. So they asked the next logical question. What is next?
So
for
wait, sorry,
humanity?
this is the choir that's doing that. Am I mistaken? My brain's a little bit cooked. So this is the choir doing this? The choir who carried on the tradition of biological inquiry. Okay. It was the choir.
Their predecessors, they looked to the study of biology, as they now understood that humans have evolved just like any other creature. So they asked the next logical question. What is next for humanity? Bergenworth was already an institution with a rich history by the time of Willem, but that is a story for another day. For our purposes, the study of biology, as it pertains to human evolution, really kicks off with a singular event, the discovery of the corpse of Kos. Because along with this discovery, the discovery of a physical, corporeal Great One was an equally startling one. That Kos was infested with parasites. As the Kos parasite reads, quote, when the carcass of Kos washed up on the coast, its insides were teeming with tiny parasites, unlike any found.
You know what this is? This is literally... you know what this is? This is... What game have we played in recent years where a creature is discovered with parasites and is about human evolution? What game have we played where that is pretty much the game? What game? I know exactly what game. It wasn't the greatest game. No. 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 Nope. Miyazaki's a hack! Nope. Nope. No. This game came out... Technically, this game came first. This game came way first. Nope. No one has got it. It is made by a studio that made a great game, even though the game wasn't very good. The studio that made the initial game was great. When they tried to make a game like it, it wasn't very good. What game was that? Nope. 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 No one has got it yet. I mean, BioShock... Didn't they find those creatures? Kind of, but it's not BioShock. Nope. Someone has half of it. Someone has half of it. Yeah, there you go. The Callisto Protocol. The Callisto Protocol. That is what's going on here. I mean, it's an interesting concept. But that game was kind of rough, but... Anyways, sorry, let's just continue.
In humans, end quote. This represented an opportunity for further research. Bergenworth were already engaged in biological research at this time. Just look around their halls for the various biological specimens they were studying and dissecting. But this was something else entirely, because it posed a simple question. If Great Ones have parasites, might humanity become more like the Great Ones by somehow harnessing these parasites?
Ew.
After all, there is a delicate pairing of parasite and host physiology. Most parasites have only a single host, or at least only a single definitive host. And both host and parasite often have specific evolutionary traits that align their physiologies. And so, at Bergenworth began the great project of using cosmic parasites to elevate or evolve humanity. This project would see many iterations over the years, from the surgical implantation of brain-sucking parasites into hosts, to the cultivation of lumen woods as hosts of phantasms, but it began in earnest with the study of invertebrate hosts of the cosmic parasites, and its first major breakthrough occurred through the experiments in the Healing Church's research hall.
The orphans.
The textual evidence for
Eventually.
Bergenworth's study of evolution comes mainly from the description of the Metamorphosis rune, which reads, quote, "The discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis, and the excesses and deviation that followed, were only the beginning." End quote. Here the writers make the common mistake of conflating metamorphosis, which occurs within an individual, like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, and evolution, which occurs across generations and at the population scale. But this is a common conflation and not worth dwelling on. What is important, however, is that it tells us that Bergenworth scholars dreamed of evolution, undoubtedly human evolution, and most importantly, that it was quite explicitly the discovery of blood that made this dream a reality. Since this rune was specifically left by Carroll, not all runes were discovered by Carroll, but this one evidently was, it means that the study of metamorphosis began at Bergenworth, before the Healing Church split off. Simply put, Bergenworth were studying evolution by using the old blood, not on themselves, but on experimental non-human subjects. This helps to contextualize the forensic evidence within Bergenworth, specifically the cages containing dissected, immature forms of the celestial larvae. They needed to understand these creatures in order to understand the host-parasite relationship. Later on, Lawrence's Healing Church took this research a step further by
On
experimenting
people.
with parasites on human subjects.
Yeah.
Blood allowed them to change their physiology to become better hosts for the phantasms, all for the purpose of expanding their minds, which, in this case, as we will soon see, is meant to be taken quite literally.
Cursed.
This is a critical point to understand. It is commonly accepted within Bloodborne's lore community that this split between Willem and Lawrence occurred because of the use of blood, specifically that Willem simply refused to use it at all. But that is only half true. From the Metamorphosis rune, we know that they were using blood to study evolution, and certainly Willem's admonishment to fear the old blood only makes sense if he was already well acquainted with its effects. As the note in the lecture hall says, quote, "Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race." End quote. Willem clearly knew the power of the old blood, meaning he must have seen its effects somehow, and he believed humanity was not ready for its transformative power,
Jesus, my eyes.
not until they had achieved sufficient insight. It seems the line that Willem would not cross is that he would not use blood on human subjects, instead preferring to study evolution in lesser species first, thus the dissected animals and the statues of metamorphosis adorning the school's exterior. Lawrence, however, was perfectly happy to use the blood on people, as we will discover in the research
Lawrence
hall.
is the worst.
The story of the Blood Saint Adeline is horrifying and tragic, but it is also, ultimately, quite informative. So let's start at the beginning. She was, as far as we know, a human Yarnamite like any other, before the experiments on her were begun. According to her blood description, quote, "Adeline was originally one of the blood saints who received treatment by the church to cultivate worthy blood. Adeline's was one of the few cases that turned out favorably." End quote. So she received treatment in order to cultivate worthy blood, something which evidently worked, as her blood does indeed have special healing properties. And as the description says, her case did turn out favorably. But she also tells us, later on, that she was, quote, "once a blood saint," end quote, when she offers us her blood, indicating that her current situation is quite separate from that role. Based on the forensics of the area in which we find her, it is reasonable to assume she received healing blood transfusions to make her physiology more malleable and allow her to survive the experiments.
Ew.
But the actual experiments, the true focus of the work done to her, was something else entirely. She and the other research hall patients were being infected with brain parasites, specifically brain amoeba, in order to expand their minds. This was a strategy that traces its origin back to the discovery of the cause parasite.
I mean, I figured as much when I found this place, not with the amoebas. You know, I'd heard of when you find the phantasms or the little amoebas and stuff like that throughout the game, you're like, ew, what the hell are these things? Like, left by the old ones. But you'd never know that they were fucking used on people. Or I guess you would, because that's how this lore came to be anyways. But, like, figuring out that these were experiments, okay, fucked up. Figuring out that they were experiments used... the experiments used, like, bugs and things to kind of get into people's brains and to, like, expand their mind, that's even more fucking weird. That's strange. That's so strange. All in the name of science. Yeah. What happened to the old YouTube channel? We're just not uploading on it right now. Gothic series? I have no clue what that is. It sounds a bit like BioShock, where they find the slugs and things, but... I mean... I don't know. How do you write this stuff down? I don't think it's that... Well, it's weird. You know what it really is? It's just different stages of evolution. How do... If humans found... the golden serum, if humans found the one liquid to cure cancer, and this, and this, and this, and this, if they found the power to evolve, you know, how depraved would they be to that end? And to what lengths would everyone go to achieve something when everyone is interested in something different, right? These guys are interested in the biological aspect, physical evolution. Other people are interested in more of the technological advancements. Other people are interested in, you know, experimenting in certain ways, yada, yada, yada. Again, this doesn't seem... The concept seems very, very simple, but it's pretty interesting to think about evolution this way. You know, you find an entity that you'll look up to. You find an entity that is clearly so advanced and so beyond human comprehension that the next stage of us being there is to try and understand it, to try and elevate ourselves to that. What fucked up lengths do we have to go to get that done? Well, it's interesting. I mean, yeah, what created the old ones? I don't know. Regardless, it's interesting, as it is. If aliens were found on Earth, it's really plausible for shit like this to happen. Do you think we could become more than just human? Like, currently, in our current state, do you think we are at the pinnacle of our race? Like, we're soon probably going to augment ourselves to a degree. How could you biologically change the way we are? I don't know. I don't think you... Like, I guess, again, replacing body parts with things to kind of give us better vision, this and that, better stamina. I don't know. Cyberpunk time, literally. That's exactly what that is. If you want to advance the human race, you do it with biomechanical things, I suppose. Existence of a soul. We can edit DNA now easily. Well, do we need to? That's the question. Did these people need to? The study of it was that they wanted to, but did we need to? Do we have to be that depraved? What if we're just content with what we are, and we have to understand that some things are better left unchanged? You know, typically to survive, you have to evolve. To survive, you have to adapt. But do we have to adapt physically, or do we have to adapt with our environments and stuff like that? Right? Like, fix global warming, fix this, do that, blah, 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 save the planet. Well, a little bit, I guess you could say both, but like, we're not at that stage. How can we even think? I don't know, man. I don't know. We can only augment adults. It's just strange. You know, if the world became barren and there was like nowhere to go and the air was unbreathable, at that point, you know, biologically, I mean, maybe you'd have to adapt, grow a set of lungs or powerful lungs, whatever it may be, replace your lungs with robotics to be able to breathe putrid air. I mean, it's a bit of, in this case, is it survival? Is that what they were after? Or just kind of ascending to that level? Being amongst things that are so much greater than human? Because I think we get along just fine. I think we survive just fine. At times, miserable, sure. But, like, do we really have to be this depraved and kind of being more? Many, many, many years. Just ascending because they found the old ones. That's what I'm thinking. Some shit like that. I mean, everyone's interested in something, but if we can fix dementia and chromosomes that get eroded through our lifetime, there is a chance we can live extremely long. Well, that could be something then, you know? There's no shortcut to true evolution. Well, that's why this game is interesting, because these people seem to think there is. You know, to evolve, you just throw together a bunch of body parts. You know, maybe to evolve, inject your brain with a bunch of fucking bugs. To evolve, you have to find this blood and inject it into people and see what happens, you know? It's just a bit of, like, everyone's just Frankensteining their own future. They're Frankensteining, like, evolution and just saying YOLO. Right, let's do it. We have to do this. They can't stand below being godlike creatures. Well, now that we know they exist, for the sake of Bloodborne, I believe that's exactly why it happened. Right? Everyone was so content with what was going on. And of course, you still probably thought of evolution, but maybe not to this extent. Now that they found the old ones, they're like, holy shit, these creatures are so much more advanced. We need to be that. And then through that, they just become more and more depraved. And they take on these experiments, and they do things with, like, what they find. Yeah, really, really weird. We have been warned. It's the whole reason they think they can evolve humanity. Yeah, and then they go off and do this stuff. Anyways, let's continue.
And the idea that parasites may be the key to elevating human beings to the next stage of evolution. And quite explicitly,
I don't know what that game is, sir.
Was the goal of the research.
Leave it in
hall,
Discord.
As Adeline's parasite-infected mind does indeed discover a revelation in the form of the milkweed rune, which reads, quote, "Those who swear this oath become a lumen wood that peers towards the sky, feeding phantasms in its luscious bed. Phantasms guide us and lead us to further discoveries."
Those are the little bugs, the phantasms?
In other words, the whole objective here is to become a host for phantasms,
ew.
which will then lead us to greater
insight, to show you the
If
the
you
future.
have any doubt that transformation into a host for phantasms was the goal, then just look at the cerebral patients slinking around like invertebrates on the ground.
Ew. Look at you.
Infected with brain parasites, specifically brain amoeba, in order to expand their minds. This was a strategy that traces its origin back to the discovery of the cause parasite, and the idea that parasites may be the key to elevating human beings to the next stage of evolution. And quite explicitly, that was the goal of the research hall, as Adeline's parasite-infected mind does indeed discover a revelation in the form of the milkweed rune, which
So it
reads,
worked.
quote, "Those who swear this oath become a lumen wood that peers towards the sky, feeding phantasms in its luscious bed. Phantasms guide us and lead us to further discoveries."
Feeding phantasms.
In other words, the whole
So you become a fucking fungus, and you're a host for parasites, but then you become enlightened? Those parasites lead you beyond what you know? They can show you things? Is that what that is?
objective here is to become a host for phantasms, which will then lead us to greater insight. If you have any doubt that transformation into a host for phantasms was the goal, then just look at the cerebral patients
Yeah,
slinking
God.
around like invertebrates on the ground floor of the research hall. Not only do they exhibit decidedly non-human locomotion, but this is at least in part because they have been bound, straitjacket style, to prevent the regular use of their limbs. Whoever bound them wanted them to transform into an invertebrate.
Ew.
All of this reminds one of Lamarck's use and disuse theory of evolution, wherein evolution can be directed by promoting or
certain
preventing
things.
use of a given organ or function. It was Lamarck, by the way.
So they thought to evolve people in such ways by turning them into these... They inject bugs into their brain, they potentially see things, and then they cut off any form of, like, human locomotion, so, like, walking around, using your arms, and they force the people to do a certain thing to kind of guide them along into that evolution. They're becoming... Yeah, they think they're gods. They can create new things, yeah. That is disturbing. That's pretty fucking nasty. That's pretty fucked up. That's gross.
Who first coined the term invertebrate.
Ew.
So in the case of the research hall patients, the idea was to transform them into invertebrate hosts for phantasms, thereby elevating their minds. This may sound straightforward enough, at least by the eldritch logic of Bloodborne's world, but the actual process of this transformation was, in fact, extremely gruesome.
Ew.
The patients of the research hall were infected with parasites by deliberately imbibing infected water, in all likelihood sourced from those wells throughout the fishing hamlet.
Yeah. Where the thing washed up on.
The brain fluid description reads, quote, grayish amoeba-shaped brain fluid, wobbles and bounces, extracted from a patient whose head expanded until that was all that they were. In the early days of the healing church, the great ones were linked to the ocean, and so the cerebral patients would imbibe water and listen for the howl of the sea. Brain fluid writhed inside the head, the initial makings of internal eyes, end quote. This description tells us several critical points. First, it implies that the parasite is an amoeba, which unfortunately is a real-world phenomenon as well. The brain-eating amoeba Naegleria fowleri kills a handful of people every year who were infected by swimming in colonized water.
That's disturbing. I do know of that, though.
Second, the description tells us that these patients would deliberately imbibe the water, meaning their infection is no accident, but is in fact the intended consequence of the experiment. This infection would then cause changes to their neurophysiology, leading their heads to expand until the point that they heard the howl of the sea. In other words, they had auditory hallucinations.
Oh, that sticky sound, as clear as day. Slip, slop, drip, drop, slip, slop.
And when we say their heads expanded, by the looks of things, we do not mean that purely metaphorically. Their heads literally expanded because they were so full of water. In other words, they suffered from hydrocephalus. Hydrocephalus, literally waterhead in Greek, is one of the earliest attested to maladies in all of medical literature, described by Hippocrates, he of the famous Hippocratic Oath, as well as Galen and many other classical physicians and writers. Hydrocephalus is typically caused by an infection or a structural blockage of the normal pathways of brain fluid production and drainage. And while it can affect anyone at any age, the massive head expansion seen in these patients really only occurs in infants due to their skulls not being fully fused yet. As the fluid builds up, it causes an expansion of the skull, leading to the characteristically enlarged heads. Hydrocephalus is treated today by inserting a catheter into the fluid-filled spaces in the skull, called ventricles, to allow them to drain. The first documented attempted use of this technique, today known as a cerebrospinal fluid shunt, or drain,
Sometimes you just want to know nothing. You know when they say ignorance is bliss? That's one of those moments. Ignorance is bliss, and now I am not ignorant. I am not living in bliss.
Dates to the mid-18th century in France, using instruments which are suspiciously similar to what we find in the research hall, drilled into the skulls of these unfortunate so-called patients. As it turns out, many brain parasites can actually cause hydrocephalus. Perhaps most well-known among them is the tapeworm Teniasolium, which can cause an obstructive hydrocephalus by cyst formation in the brain, or the protozoan parasite Toxoplasma gondii, which leads to hydrocephalus in infants infected in utero. This, by the way, is the reason expecting mothers
no,
are
it's life-saving. That's
to
amazing.
avoid stray cats,
but the fact that we have to deal with this stuff and it is life-saving. Yeah, that's crazy.
So, putting that all together, it would appear that these subjects of the research hall imbibed cosmic parasite-infected water, causing hydrocephalus, and were kept alive by the use of healing blood. If they lived long enough, the parasite ravaging their brain and turning it into mush, or writhing inside their heads, as the brain fluid description puts it, would lead them to have hallucinations. And these hallucinations were interpreted by the church as eldritch divination. You need only look around the research hall for a moment to discern that the majority of these patients did not achieve such lofty aspirations.
No.
Instead, they simply lost their minds due to the devastating neurologic effects of their parasitic infection. A lucky few, at least, would donate their brain fluid, extracted in the same manner as those crude experiments in 18th century France, in the hopes of augmenting the insight of the other patients. The rest were nothing but living failures. But this was just the first attempt by the Healing Church to use cosmic parasites to elevate humanity's thought. Though it would take time and sacrifice and many human lives, the process would ultimately be perfected by the secret organization within the church known as the Choir.
This is, what were their experiments for? Bloodborne Archaeology, Episode 4. This is from, what was this guy's? What's his channel? The Tarnished Archaeologist. The Tarnished Archaeologist, what were their experiments for? Kin of the Cosmos.
The old Lumenflower Garden, enclosed within the highest, most exclusive echelon of the Healing Church.
So they're going to talk now about the mushroom people. This is going to be how the mushroom people came to be. So the big brain people had amoebas that were from Cause inside that thing. It was in the water. They took them and they gave them to people. The amoebas then went up and started eating their brains, which then caused the real life thing, which filled their heads with fluid. They then went delirious, and all of that delirious yap was essentially the church thinking it was like cosmic insight. It was like them transcending, really
a literal
weird.
Paradise. The word paradise comes from the old Persian
Hydrocephalus,
word meaning an enclosed garden or park, and has a shared etymology, in fact, with the original term Eden, as in the Garden of Eden.
Hydrocephalatus.
And like Eden, the Lumenflower Garden was meant to be a sanctuary, a place to commune with the divine. In the nightmare version of the garden, we can see the lumen flowers being tended to by the research hall patients, a relationship made all the more intriguing by Adeline's milkweed revelation, which, as we discussed, quite literally turns the player into a lumenwood that, quote, peers towards the sky, feeding phantasms in its luscious bed, end quote.
Ooh.
It is here that we find the Black Sky Eye, a powerful arcane tool that is simply an eye that has been, quote, blessed by phantasm, end quote. In other words, a parasitic infection of the eye. You can watch our Shibari episode to find out more about Miyazaki's fondness for eye parasites. But it is not until we compare the waking and nightmare version of the Lumen Flower Garden that the full story comes into focus. In the Waking World version, occupied by the choir, the research hall patients are gone, and instead there are scattered celestial emissaries. This simple fact would seem to imply that somehow the celestial emissaries are the advanced versions of the experiments done to the research hall patients, and this suspicion is confirmed by closer analysis. Both the cerebral patients and the celestial emissaries have enlarged heads. Both have the characteristically elongated fingers. Their cerebral patients drop blue elixirs in the research hall, associating them with the choir. They are both seen attending to or being harvested from the Lumen Flower Garden. And finally, and most importantly, they perform the same cosmic attack.
Right.
Basically a minor version of a call beyond. Taken together, these tidbits of visual information tell us that the celestial emissaries are, in fact, the next step in the experiments that began in the research hall.
Ew.
That they are products of choir experimentation should not be surprising, since we can send several NPCs to Yasevka's clinic,
and they all
where
get
the
turned into
imposter
them.
Yasevka, a choir member, will turn them into celestial emissaries.
I've received another patient. This time, I'll be trying old blood. I've achieved much, and I owe it all to you. Take this as thanks, custom made, and cheers to the discovery of kinship. Doesn't it make you feel warm inside?
Oh. I killed that bitch.
And we can even see a subject midway through this metamorphosis, who, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, apparently did not survive the procedure. In the current version of the choir headquarters, the Upper Cathedral Ward, formerly the orphanage, we do not see any choir members left, scattered as they are from their internecine conflict with Mensis. What we find instead is the highest concentration in-game of the brain suckers.
Yeah.
Those developmental offshoots of Demon Souls mind flayers, right down to their immobilizing spell and the devastating grab attack. Of course, when the brain suckers grab you, they don't just kill you. Instead, a massive proboscis emerges from their skull and physically drains your insight. These are not the actual choir themselves. In fact, we can find one feeding on a choir member, from whom we obtain the choir set. Instead, they appear to be basically insight parasites, the kin equivalent to the blood tick enemies that show up whenever there's excess spilt blood around. And the choir evidently have largely turned into blue-eyed beasts, since several of them can drop blue elixirs. But where do these brain suckers come from? Taking a closer look at their skull, we can see evidence of a craniotomy, meaning that the skull has been cut open, and it is this that allows the proboscis to emerge during their grab attack. So their origin seems clear enough. They are the result of attempts, probably from the choir, to transplant insight parasites directly into the human skull, thereby granting insight to the host. Visually, it looks quite similar to the Kos parasite, so it may be that the choir took parasites directly from the corpse of Kos and transplanted them into the brain of their experimental subjects. Indeed, what else do we see in the surgery altar than the literal placing of an eye, that is to say, eyes on the inside, or insight, into the skull of the subject? This is the surgery being referred to in the surgery altar. Review of the Madman's Knowledge and Great One's Wisdom icons drives this point home even further. To have insight is to have phantasms inside your brain. Of course, there are many ways to interpret this understanding,
that's them,
but
the
we
little
know
parasites.
that many characters in-game interpreted it quite literally, that in order to gain insight, they needed to be hosts to phantasms. to be kin of the cosmos.
Ooh.
The final phase of the Church's experiments with evolution and parasitology began with the discovery of the East Chalice, which led to the formation of the choir and, more importantly, an audience with a real live Great One, Ebrietas. As they discovered more and more types of phantasms in the Chalice dungeons, and with a great...
First found one, you said it looked like a slug in the skull. Something like that, yeah. I mean, hang on.
one to guide them, they ultimately perfected their evolutionary ambitions, successfully turning their subjects into celestial emissaries, their heads sufficiently expanded to allow communion with the divine cosmos, but not so expanded that it would kill the subject. But was that their ultimate goal? Sure, they wanted insight, to peer into the cosmos with their own minds, to elevate their minds, but they also wanted something else. After all, we don't just find the celestial emissaries in the Upper Cathedral Ward.
Those things are there too.
We also find the celestial larvae, along with lots of metamorphosis statues, variations on Bergenworths. And where do these celestial larvae come from? Well, they come from human surrogates, of course. This conclusion comes from the clearest example of a nascent celestial
who
larvae,
gave birth to one,
the one born from Ariana, since we can see her give birth to it during the Red Moon. But the presence of numerous celestial larvae in the Upper Cathedral Ward indicates that her special pregnancy is not nearly the first in the Church's history. Of course, we are aware that this topic is a matter of great speculation for many years now, but we can't help but throw our own tinfoil hat into the ring. The celestial larvae all gaze towards Ebrietas, even those at the bottom of the elevator shaft, suggesting an unrequited parent-child connection. The larvae yearning for their mother, and Ebrietas herself too consumed with grief over the loss of Ram to even notice, her perpetual weeping having already filled the entire arena with tears. O fair maiden, why is it that you weep? But of course, even if we can be relatively sure that Ebrietas or any other great one is their mother, still the question lingers as to how. Copulation in this bizarre eldritch world is not done physically, as Ariana's case demonstrates, and Great One reproduction is, in the end, almost inexplicable, elusive. It certainly eludes systemization in a manner that would have driven Linnaeus himself mad, but there are at least some clear interpretable features, most important of which is the other case of Great One pregnancy, imposter Yasevka.
Yeah.
Though I commonly
Imposter
accept...
Yasevka, what the fuck happened to this chick? Seriously. At the beginning of the game, you wake up, you talk to her, she's saved you. Yasevka's clinic. And you come back and she's slowly turning into somebody else. And eventually she gets turned into a blue alien. She gets transformed. Right? Transcends. Like, what the fuck?
Accepted narrative is that Yasevka's cord comes from Bergenworth. This interpretation goes out of its way to ignore the obvious, in our opinion, alternative interpretation. Yasevka is pregnant with an infant Great One. When we find her after the Red Moon, she is on an examination table in a position quite evocative of labor. Though today the recumbent position is more common historically and even still somewhat today, the positions taken by a woman during labor often emphasized precisely the position Yasevka is in, on the hands and knees. And her dialogue is quite suggestive, to say the least.
God, I'm nauseous. Have you felt this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh, God, it feels awful. But...
Oh, it's a member of the choir. Oh.
It proves that I'm chosen. Don't you see how they writhe inside my head? It's rather rapturous.
Crazy bitch!
She seems to be telling us that the pregnancy is progressing, that she's almost ready to deliver. Her being chosen as surrogate womb is a source of honor, though it feels quite awful. She's nauseous and in pain, a sentiment undoubtedly shared by many soon-to-be mothers in the real world. The convulsions she is having may even be signs of eclampsia, a dangerous condition affecting women at the end of pregnancy, in which they develop high blood pressure and seizures. When we put her out of her misery and sever the connection between her and her child, just as we do with Ariana, we obtain a third umbilical cord, the clearest evidence that she is indeed pregnant with an infant Great One. But to return to her dialogue, it reveals that she is both pregnant and that something is writhing around inside her head. Unless we put you to sleep earlier during this video, it should be clear what that latter part means.
Amoebas.
Phantasms, the familiars of the Great Ones, are writhing around inside her mind, the end stage of the experiments with parasitic infection that began all those years ago in the research hall. And here, finally, we can reconcile these two seemingly disparate lines of evidence. On the one hand, members of the church seem to want to elevate their minds, but they also separately want to, or at least consent to, become surrogate wombs for Great Ones. We would propose that these processes are highly interdependent. Perhaps they are even the same thing. In order to birth Great Ones, humans must become either kin and elevate their minds, or otherwise become host to a cosmic parasite. Even Ariana's pregnancy results from Odin writhing around inside her blood, and blood parasites are a major theme of the story we haven't even touched upon. As Yasevka says, quote, "I knew it, I'm no different, I'm no beast," end quote, indicating that her pregnancy confirms she is no beast. Beasts cannot become surrogates for the cosmic Great Ones, but kin can. And from all those blue-eyed beasts in Upper Cathedral Ward, we know the fate of most of her sect. But Yasevka is different because she's a suitable host for the phantasms. In parasitology, this is known as an indirect life cycle, meaning that the parasite has multiple potential host species, but its sexual reproductive phase is only present in one, the definitive host. Much like the xenomorph from Ridley Scott's Alien, the form of the adult parasite need not be at all similar to the infectious, immature form. The humans of the choir are busy transforming themselves such that they may be suitable, definitive hosts for the phantasms, and ultimately, if the process progresses sufficiently, to give birth to an infant Great One. Nature may not always be pretty, but it sure as hell
Give
gets the
birth to
job
a Great
done.
One, and then what? Ask it questions? And then what do you do with that at that point? If that's the case, I mean, you don't elevate yourself, but if you give birth to it, is it going to, like, talk to you? Is it going to enlighten you? Is that the goal? To birth a Great One, to create a Great One, to use it to enlighten people? Is to control them? To be more than the Great Ones, right? That was the whole bit of this game anyways. People trying to become more than just what they are. Yeah, they never got that far, I suppose. Man achieving Great One status, being able to create them. Aren't parasites taking control sometimes over their victim? Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, all of these things were just experiments in ways to ascend, in ways to be the highest form of life. You know, they talked about everything was fine, people went about their day, whatever. They tried to still evolve themselves, but with the understanding of the Great Ones and the holy blood and all this shit, they really went off the deep end. Right? The greed. It's like, how far do you need to take things? For the sake of the blood, you know, they overindulged because it was that healing serum, and they fucked up. And the chosen one worship me. That's kind of what I was getting from that. They birth great ones and then say, I made you. Now enlighten me. Or whatever the fuck it may be. They've become part of a great one. So their whole shtick then maybe is since they birthed a great one, they are that great. It is still with human DNA. Is that why? They feel like they've elevated themselves. They've transcended. I mean, those things didn't do anything, though. Those little creatures that they birthed do nothing. At least from what we see in the game. They're still in their infancy. What a weird game. It's the most depraved lengths people will take to achieve godhood. They find these great ones. If anything, the great ones are kind of the victims. The great ones just exist, and mankind's greed is on full display. The second we find something greater than us, we try to trump that thing. We try to become, well, in a way, victims. They exist, and they were betrayed by the Pthumerians. They then were, one of them was caught in the fishing hamlet and then used, right? Well, the moon presence is bad, though. You know what's interesting about the moon presence compared to everything else? Is Ebertas is weeping over, what's the spider guy? Ebertas is weeping over that thing in the cave, right? And there seems to be Rom. Yeah, so all of these other old ones don't seem malevolent. They don't seem like they want to do anything bad in particular. And at one point, they might have worked with people. And they did. They worked with the Pthumerians. Mordho, peace, buddy. Have a good night, man. They worked with the Pthumerians at one point, correct? So these aren't evil creatures. You know, you work with me, I'll work with you. You birth our kids, and we will give you power. Right? And then, well, Cause wasn't bad either. The orphan cursed all the hunters because the hunters fucked them all over. No? Isn't that what that was? Like, I don't think they're evil. They're just more so a product of what's been happening to them. Right? And also, if you take, well, the moon entity seems different. The moon entity wants all of them dead. Right? Maybe it doesn't believe in all of this bullshit and working with people, even though it still is. The moon entity, yeah, seems a bit fucking weird. Yeah, the cause orphan is. Whatever, exactly. So, you know, some of this stuff I'm sure won't be explained. Some of it is left to interpretation because that is cosmic horror. That is the unknown, you know, something you just can't comprehend. We don't know why. Part of the deal with Gehrman, he made a deal with the moon presence. Yeah. But again, what does that mean exactly, though? But why would it need to kill these things? If it's confined to the dream, or whatever the fuck it may be, why does it want revenge? Why does it want to go kill these other creatures? Is it jealous? So what is Odon? What the hell was Odon? Can somebody explain Odon? Well, one sec. It's getting pretty late. We don't fully know. So what is Odon referenced as? One sec. Sorry, let me thank some people real quick. Turtle, 4 minutes ago, 2 months. Thank you, man. It says, love your streams. Thank you, sir. Chimpit, 48 months. Thank you as well, buddy. 4 years. The Bloodborne rabbit hole. Well, we just beat Bloodborne. That's why we're kind of like looking into it. It's always referred to as a formless Odin. Formless. It's a formless great one, so it's this ethereal creature that no one knows yet. All of these great ones come in different forms and are in different places, right? Cause was dragged out of the ocean. Ebertas was found deep within the earth. The moon entity is a moon. It comes out of the fucking sky. And Odon is a formless creature. And it can impregnate you out of thin air. It's just a greater being on another plane of existence, yeah. Well, that is cosmic horror. You'll never know. You'll just never know what the fuck it is. You'll never know. Bruce, 32 months, thank you, sir. Boys Who Do gifted a sub. I got you, buddy. Zabusa, 7 months. Much love, Captain. Thank you again, sir. Messiah, 32 months. I gifted 3,000 subs while your back was turned and rolled ×2 on the span. Did it really? 3,000 subs and ×2. If you want that, sir, we could do that. Pop with the Prime got you, buddy. And I think that's everything. Thank you, folks. Yeah, I've watched the hat before. Well, that's really what it is. You're meant to not tell people everything. You know, when Miyazaki or whatever fent-ridden crack fiend created this game, they probably know what these creatures are, but they will never tell you because that's the fear of the unknown. That's cosmic horror. Whatever you write, you can write it into being, but when you present it to people, that's the mystery of it. That's the lure of the lore. It's like, well, we don't know these things. It's all speculation. It's Lovecraft. Yeah, it's exactly that. Like, Lovecraft knows what he wrote, I'm sure, but you'll never know yourself. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just wrote something that you just can't comprehend. It's supposed to be interpretive. Exactly. You're not supposed to have the answers. You're only supposed to dwell on them. And the more you think about it, the more insane you get because you can't comprehend what it is you're thinking about. I mean, this game is good. Again, this game actually isn't so complicated at all. Humans made a deal with an old creature, an eldritch creature. They fucked over the creature. The creature got revenge. Humans then tried to evolve themselves past that to elevate themselves to godhood in whatever way they could. And that's the game. That's the game. Right? It's not that insanely complicated. Well, they don't maybe have the answers, but I mean, they maybe could write one in. They also evolved from different species. That could be something. You know, technically that could be something because, like, where do these cosmic entities evolve from? Where were they once in the world? Were they an amoeba and then they turned into something else and then something else? It is a grounded world history of, like, evolution. Absolutely. It's about people evolving in the most fucked up, mysterious ways. It's about people exploiting other things for their own gain. You know? Again, they had a chance to work with these creatures to maybe see the enlightened side of evolution, right? Hey, we'll show you these things and yada, yada, yada. But they went against that and they fucked them over. And now they pay the price. And they've devolved even further because they weren't given those answers. And look where it's led them. You know, it all stemmed from the Thumerians. The Thumerians sought enlightenment, and they went against the creature's wishes because they wanted the shortcut to that enlightenment. And then what did the other people do? They found the blood and they experimented. They did all these things. And, you know, we could have been somewhere if the Thumerians didn't fuck up. Right? I don't know the amygdalas, though. Somebody said the amygdalas were kind of other creatures that were drawn to Yharnam when people tried to commune with the old ones or the great ones. The Buddhist aspect of ascension through nirvana, the original old ones probably did something like that. Through nirvana? What does that mean exactly? I mean, how would we even know how the old ones evolved to the point where they are now? Ascension through nirvana. What does that mean exactly? Bloodborne is done, yeah. There's no explanation of where they came from. That's cosmic horror. But I guess the idea is that they could have evolved from something. comprehend what the Pthumerians were doing until they directly harmed the relationship by taking Murgo? Probably because they were so beyond the Pthumerians. Where they come from, there's no answer. We're not supposed to know. They're just that far or removed from humans. Exactly, you'll never know. I don't know what Gothic is, sir. You'd have to link that in Discord. Yeah, people try to figure things out and they fuck it up. People try to see the evolution. People try to advance themselves in any way possible, biological, technological, through healing, church miracles, whatever it may be. Every aspect of mankind, you know, how can we create new life? How can we ascend and become like these god beings that we find? How do we do that? And it's just so fucked. The DLC is done. Everything is done. We are completely done Bloodborne. Murgo is also formless, so it's theorized it was Odin's child. It probably is. It probably is. Because you don't see the thing in the crib. You don't see it anywhere. You see its wet nurse taking care of it, but there is no baby. We fought that thing today, and I'm like, where's the baby? Where's the baby? The baby's gone. It is Odin's child. There's no reason it wouldn't be. Right? I'm assuming if the Great One had a baby, that it would resemble the Great One / the person. Right? And you also don't see the wet nurse, it's just the robe. Exactly. So it probably is Odin. Now, we're done with the videos for tonight for sure. Maybe tomorrow we'll revisit Bloodborne, but today we're completely done. I mean, there's a lot of questions, to be honest. Nirvana is the way to reach enlightenment through starvation and mummifying yourself while alive. Well, however the fuck the old ones got there, who the fuck knows? Because again, they're so beyond what we know. They're out in the stars, they're out in the cosmos. They've evolved their own way. They're interdimensional beings. Who the fuck knows how they evolved? Were they once human? Victor, no evolution has a destination, not to combat nature, but to supersede it. The final glorious evolution. Anime Titan, hello, sir. There is no destination. It's just to become better. That's true. Yeah. That's why Victor even wanted to evolve, because he's seen what people have become, right? And his whole thing about the evolution is losing. Don't you lose emotion and you lose all these things? You become more of someone who's not weighed down by the problems of others and things like that. Isn't that what Victor was trying to do initially in Arcane? Some shit like that, if I remember. I haven't finished the show, but I believe I read somewhere, either through his lore or watching the show, that it was something like that. Yeah. The glorious evolution. How do we ascend? I mean, his whole body looks all fucked up. Victor literally has like a human face split apart as his mask. As his face, right? It's his old shell. You know, he's evolved past that, and now the man he once was is just, you know, an ornament. It's weird. It's super creepy. Victor is objectively wrong. I'm going to say this game, to be honest with the lore. Would you say that this is your favorite game? Again, I asked this question earlier. Would you say that this is your favorite game thematically from FromSoft? Because, I mean, yeah, I'm still on that boat, man. I'm still in that boat. I really like the aspect of people being so depraved. And it is still about aliens. Technically, is it an alien or is it some sort of evolved creature? It's a fucking alien. You know what's weird too, though? Remember Cause? Cause had the face of a human being. Cause had the face of a human being. So what the fuck does that mean? Remember seeing Cause washed up on the shore and you looked at it, it had tentacles and a woman's face? Is that some sort of symbolism of something? Impregnated by hunters. I don't think hunters fucked the thing. They experimented it. Or actually, maybe forceful. Yeah, okay. I guess you're right. Well, wasn't it dead by the time they got there? Wasn't it already dead? So they experimented on its dead corpse? The visuals of the hunters and their weapons. The weapons are all serrated. I mean, some of them aren't serrated. All the ones that take on the beasts are usually have teeth, right? The serrated edges. Enjoy your sleep. I'm not going to bed yet. Well, I will be soon. Very, very soon we're going to go to bed. We're just going to wrap it up here. No, that's literally what they are. That's the most interesting thing, right? Like, yeah, if you do think of it, you kind of come full circle. You yourself, at the end of the game, if you eat the 3 chords, become a great one. And then it begs the question, what are the great ones? Where did they come from? They've got human-esque features. Were they at one point people? And they're so far gone and disconnected from where they once were? Cause could be... Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking, too. Yeah. You know, I still prefer the idea of them being alien, and I mean completely alien. But there is that option of, hey, maybe they could be ascended people. Maybe they could just be like everyone else, except they've been around for thousands of years. Amanga, 39 months. Thank you, sir. And then, after a certain point, they shed their mortal form, and they just become bodiless. Right? They can just exist forever without even needing a shape, a form. It's evolution. That's what the whole game is. It's just evolution. It's like... How did people end up there? You know, the whole blood curse. What's super interesting about Bloodborne is you really do think it's a shallow blood curse, and everyone is infected, and everyone's a monster, and you're there to cleanse the city. And then as you uncover more and more and more, again, it becomes this tale of like depraved evolution through these ancient creatures that were abused, you could say. Right? They were lied to, they were betrayed by people who once worked with them. It is weird. It's super weird. You know what? For how fucking disturbing the eldritch creatures are in Bloodborne, the humans are more depraved. And that's usually how, you know, classic, what would you call that? A trope? Humans in space, defiling the cosmos. We find aliens, but we're worse than them, right? Like, that is, yeah. At the end of it all, it's like you may look like a giant entity with 300 tentacles sticking out of your nose, except we have a more fucked up idea of how to do things, right? Look Outside is such good cosmic horror. Look Outside's amazing. This is more of a... Bloodborne has more of a grounded evolutionary thing going on. How did that start? Where did that come from? Where is this now? Where are we headed? I mean, Look Outside is pure cosmic horror. Look Outside is pure monstrosities, which I love so much. I like both in their own right. I actually think Look Outside is probably one of my favorite concepts or like favorite visuals in a game. Look Outside is disturbing. It's disturbing. Look Outside, if you've never played that game, puts Bloodborne's designs to shame, in my opinion. And it's not that Bloodborne's designs are bad by any means, but like, I guess for the sake of Bloodborne being more... They're just different things. Again, when you talk about evolution, you're probably going to have more of a defined form. What does evolution look like from a human into a blue mushroom man? Well, they're still bipedal. They stand up. They've got all the features, the fingers. You know, they still resemble a human being, but they look elevated. They look different. They look like they know more or have become more. That is cool as fuck, and you see that in not Elden Ring. You see that in Bloodborne. Look Outside is just pure cosmic alien horrors. It's grotesque. It's disturbing. It's like something you actually can't comprehend. You still can't comprehend some stuff in Bloodborne, but like a lot of the stuff you look at, again, can have roots drawn somewhere else. Evolution. No, like, Look Outside is just insane. Yeah, no, Look Outside is just such a cool game. Such a cool fucking game. I like both. I like both concepts. Again, Bloodborne is rooted in evolution. Entities, evolution, you can draw conclusions, you know, start from A to B to C to D to E, whatever. And then, yeah, Look Outside is just kind of straight up a monster. Something like it's John Carpenter's The Thing. Right? Fear and Hunger's on the list, yeah. Oh, for sure. Bloodborne, again, it's more scientific. Bloodborne is more, again, just evolutionary. Instead of being these giant amalgamations of fucking like, you know what though? The most grotesque thing in Bloodborne was probably the failed experiment from what was it, Mensis, the choir, the ones who created the old one through like flesh and bone, where they stacked a bunch of dead bodies together and tried to create a flesh puppet, a Frankenstein thing. That was disturbing. That was disturbing. Well, the brain of Mensis, sorry, that was the big cathedral thing that fell into the pit, right? Mastodon, 34 months, thank you, sir. The Reborn one, yeah, that is... People are fucking weird, bro. People are so strange. What a great concept for a game, though, eh? That's cool. That really, in my opinion, stands out completely from Miyazaki's other concepts. Right? It really is on its own 2 feet. It doesn't borrow from any other Souls game at all. That's cool. That one Reborn, the whole concept of the Healing Church, it's weird. They're all different branches of like the Healing Church or Bergenworth. Dude, that is, I'll say this. Souls games are elevated when you watch lore videos. Press 1 if you agree. Because these games are so cryptic, and you can sit down and enjoy them, and you think you know what's going on, and you speculate, and you say, hey, I think this is this. And then you sit down and you listen to someone who's studied the game, who's played the game 10 times, who really hammered out what the fuck is going on, and everything starts to click. You're like, I remember that. I was doing this. The creepiest one, I think, was the guy walking out of the fishing hamlet. Remember the dude? He's like, curse the Bergenworth. The wizened child will get his revenge, you know, curse them. That's the fucking lore. Whatever that guy is rambling on about, when you first meet him, you're like, what are you talking about? You fucking old man, sit down, take your pills. And then once you watch the lore video, you're like, oh my God. He was spitting facts. He was a victim, right? Collaborative efforts to get the overall lore is the basis for the series. Oh, that's with everything in FromSoft games. Well, no, I think I was fairly close to some stuff. I think I actually, yeah, I made a few decent guesses based on what we had read. But I mean, I don't think you'd ever know in particular unless you read everything out perfectly and took the time to sit down, write, study. That's cool. The Abyssal Wood stuff is great, yeah. Which ending do I think was the best? So the 3 endings are, you wake up ignorant and know nothing. You go back to living in bliss. Ignorant bliss. 2, you become Gehrman and become a slave to the Great One. And the final one is you basically slay the Great One, slay Gehrman, and ascend into an eldritch thing. You ascend into a Great One. So which one is the best? I would say the creepiest one is walking away, is letting him kill you. That's the creepiest one. Right? I don't think I like the ending where you become a great one. I like the idea that you just kind of woke up from a dream and you go back to living an ignorant, blissful life, unaware of what's going on. And all of these eldritch horrors are right in front of you, but in a different plane of existence. I think that is like the creepiest one to end on. All of that was for nothing, right? Everything you did pretty much led you nowhere. And that's weird, bro. I do like them. Yeah, they're all cool. They're all, like, fucked up in their own way. Becoming a great one just to fuck up humanity again by misunderstanding humanity. Well, maybe you don't, though. Maybe you don't. Maybe you make the most of it. Maybe you are something that can kind of lead people in that direction. What if you just become a mindless creature? If you ascend into an old one, a great one, do you lose the shred of humanity that you had? Do you lose your thoughts and everything? Do you just reset? And you're an infinite, you know nothing, but you have the power to do everything? I hate it was just a dream ending so much. Well, it's not that it was just a dream, but you go back to living your life like it was, even though it wasn't. That the wake up ending, I think, is the creepiest. Think of Rom. That's true, but Rom wasn't transcended completely. I guess you're right in that regard, because Rom was a person who was transcended with one chord, not three, and they could mask reality, and they were still kind of dumb. But now that you have three chords, yeah. I doubt it understands what it's doing. Who knows? Maybe it does know what it's doing. I guess we'll never know. What an interesting game. I mean, I want to give this game like a 9.5 after lore. In a way, I'm a sucker for the classics, and I really don't want the evolutionary aspect of the aliens. I think it's very cool, but sometimes unknowing entities from space, being these ancient aliens from different dimensions, wanting different things, is just, it's way too cool to pass up. Like, I'm a bit conflicted. I think I'd give this game like a 9.25. After the lore, I'd give it 9.25. It really is that good, though. But again, everything is grounded. 9.5 is bloated. It might be a bit bloated. I probably would give this a 9.25. All in, 9.25. What are your thoughts? Muted, but I am lurking. Okay. No worries. I would give it a 9. The reason I give it a 0.25 more is that it really is... I thought it would be pretty simple. It still is simple, but the fact that everything is grounded and believable and everything has a reason for being there and it isn't just mumbo-jumbo nonsense, I mean, that's cool. Give it a 9.03125. How about we just give it a 9? Folks, I'm going to stand on my rating. I'm going to give this game a 9, not a 9.25. We'll say 9. Supported on page. Let's see. The game tier list at. We can't even see half the fucking tiers. All right, one sec. Let me add Bloodborne. I still think Elden Ring is the best FromSoft game. Not the best FromSoft story, but the best FromSoft game. Bloodborne, 9. Let's leave it at a 9 for now. I'm pretty solid on that. I still think Elden Ring is the GOAT. Elden Ring is still number 1. The spectacle of Elden Ring can't be beat. What a fucking crazy game. Seriously, Elden Ring is fucking crazy. It's a cracked-ass game. Elden Ring is 70% copy-paste. What? They got copy-paste bosses, for sure, but not really. Well, the reason Bloodborne was so good is because its concept is so tight-knit. There isn't 500 billion things to think about. It's really, really a condensed story in a condensed town. Very few branching off places that, you know, you don't have to go out of your way to kind of, like, look into. Everything is super tight-knit. Everything is super well realized. Everything is just there. It's compact. Oh, there's more for sure. Yeah, there's more. But that more is still, again, rooted in probably the different sects of, like, the church and how they conducted their experiments and yada, yada, yada. It's just tight-knit. Elden Ring is a bit bloated. There's a lot going on. There's so much shit going on. What gave Cyberpunk a 9.5 after hating it so much? I only hated the initial bits of the game, but I think Cyberpunk... I mean... The story, the DLC, the music, the cinema, everything about the game, how real the world felt, the attention to detail, everything about the game was just so ambitious. Ambitious. It feels like a real world. Exactly. You appreciate the scope and effort put into the game. It's crazy. Cons of Bloodborne. A lot of the game itself are the cons. The spammable, you know, I have to go farm bullets, I have to go farm blood. That sucked. The Chalice dungeons are kind of repetitive trash. The concept of them, though, is excellent. Maybe a bit more variety. You know, I actually said one thing I didn't like about Bloodborne was that the Eldritch horrors weren't that scary. They weren't that eldritch. They weren't that, like, oh god, what am I looking at? Like, yeah, that existed, but they weren't the most frightening thing. And now that I see the ending of the game, and I kind of understand that it is kind of something of evolution, they don't need to look horrible. They don't need to look like this amorphous, you know, what am I staring at? I don't comprehend a damn thing. They seem to be rooted in, again, some biological evolution, some sort of, like, start out here, end up here. So for them being the way they are, it's fine. The bosses weren't the best. I feel like the bosses were actually pretty mediocre. Like, you just kind of walk around them left and right and just hit them. Like, they weren't farming Chalice variety needed, not good bosses. The designs of the bosses aesthetically were cool, but, like, yeah, they weren't the best, like, intriguing fights out there. What else, really? I can't fault 30 FPS. That's not a knock on anything. I would say I would drop Alan Wake down. I would say my two favorite games are Red Dead and Subnautica. Red Dead, Subnautica, maybe Cyberpunk, Elden Ring. Hunter fights were awesome. That was a cool aspect that you did see those people still around. Death Stranding is up there. My favorite games in this whole event, let me put this down right now. The 9.5s to 9.75s. This is my list. Red Dead 2. Red Dead 2 and 1. We'll say both. Subnautica. You can't see. Hang on. Red Dead 2 and 1, Subnautica. Dude, Death Stranding. I'm sorry, man. One of the best. Call me a freak. Death Stranding. Awesome fucking game. Alan Wake 1 and 2. Sure. Cyberpunk. Yeah. Elden Ring. Yes. We're talking like 9 to 9, like 9 to 10. These are all 9 to 10. Like 9.2595. I think that was it, no? Sekiro, Bloodborne, and DS3 are all like 9s. They're all like 9s. Yeah, roughly around the same area. I would still say these games, subjectively, did more for me than those games, though. Outer Wilds was a 9.5. Not in gameplay. See, Outer Wilds was interesting. I've just never seen such an ending in a game. Like, yes, Bloodborne, fucking cool. Sekiro, cool as shit. Dark Souls, cool as shit. But there's something just so incredibly human about Outer Wilds that, again, every person can enjoy. Every person can relate to. Sekiro is 9. Sekiro is a great game. RE4 is about a 9. It's all taste in games, though, for sure. It's not like this is a definitive list. I think if you want a definitive thing that we can all agree on, is we can all agree that Red Dead 2 is one of the best games ever made. Can we at least agree on that? Alien Isolation was about a 9. I think I kind of dropped it down a bit because of the ending. I think everyone can agree that Red Dead 2 is one of the best games ever made. It just is. It just is. No, it is. Yeah, I enjoy Red Dead 2 a lot. It's fucking amazing. Like, even if you don't like the gameplay, you have to appreciate the amount of work that went into that game. It is so phenomenal. I've never seen characters done in such a way that makes you feel so connected to the point where you actually think they're fucking real. Like, it's not a perfect game. The gameplay is probably the weakest aspect of that game, but it is just so amazing. Everything about Red Dead is so fucking memorable in every aspect. It's so memorable. And that makes a good game. In my opinion. Was it fun to play? Yes. Was it memorable? Yes. Did it have iconic characters? Yes. Like, did you cry? Yes. You don't need to cry for the game to be good. But the fact that it could tap into that as a person is nuts. It's nuts. It's hard to do that in games. How do you cry over pixels? How do you cry over fucking made-up characters in gaming? I gave Bloodborne a 9. You cried like a baby because I felt like I was a part of their gang. I felt the betrayal. I felt just sad. Bro, some of the greatest scenes in Red Dead Redemption are people talking. People talking. If you can sit there and turn off your ADHD Subway Surfer's brain, some of the greatest content in Red Dead is conversation. It is nuts. Imagine not crying when you feel emotion in a story. You should feel emotion in that story, though. Bro, remember Arthur? I'm scared, sister. I'm scared. But every time I see your face, you're always happy. You're not a bad person. You bring everyone together. You do so well for other people. It's like, no, I don't, ma'am. It's like, yes, you do. Bro. Oh, my God. Greatest game ever made. I can't not glaze it. I'm sorry. God of War Ragnarok hits the spot for me too. We've yet to play that, but we're going to. Lenny was best scene in Red Dead 2 has to be the gang rolling up on Braithwaite Manor. Yeah, that was fucking sick. The music playing. Ollie, come down here, you inbred trash. Ah! That was like the only time Micah probably was like a sane person on the right side of history. Otherwise, he's a fucking freak. They've got my guns, Arthur. This son bitch gonna die. Dude fucking guns down everyone in Strawberry. Like, what the fuck? What time is it? It's like 9. Spins on what? Deus Ex on the list. Well, right now we've got Kazan Berserker and Labyrinth. Demon Labyrinth or something? Labyrinth of the Demon King? Your bias towards Red Dead 2 is unfortunately a bit. Then don't make good games. What can I say? Don't make good games. Just don't make good games. Like, make better... If you want me to say a game is going to be like Red Dead, then have a game as good as Red Dead get released. That's all I can say. Like, I don't know what else to say, though. Right? I don't think it's a bit. I think it's rightfully earned. I don't know, man. I have never seen a game be every emotion ever. It's funny. It's sad. It's fucking badass. Everything about Red Dead taps into every single thing. I don't know what to say, and it does it so well. The craziest thing, though, is that the story isn't even that complex. They picked a very simplistic thing, and they perfected it. They made it so much more than what it was. And I just don't know how you top that. You can have all of these crazy stories and, you know, Miyazaki genius ideas, and they're great. But there's something about Red Dead that just does it differently for you. Again, it taps into you as a human being. You cry for people. You root for people. You're sad for people when they fucking die, right? You want people to live. You want people to die. You're like, I really fucking hate this guy. Fuck this guy. A lot of games don't have that. Red Dead's humanity, exactly. It taps into people and our emotions. It tests you as a person. You know, in the beginning of Red Dead, you'll sit there and say, I'm a bad man. I'm going to go around and make money. I'm a bad man. And by the end of it, you're like, you just become Arthur. The game promotes being a dickhead, and then it's like, you can still make that choice, but you just don't. Right? You start trying to make amends with people and do the best you can to kind of have that redemption. You know, you're guided by a bad man. You're guided by the wrong father figure to do things you're not proud of. And at the end of it, you know, when you lose that, you're like, hey, maybe this wasn't me. Maybe I was just led on the whole time. At this point, it's beyond repetitive. Well, then don't watch the goddamn stream. How about this? Go back in time and delete Red Dead from ever being created. And you know what? I won't have to glaze it. Just saying. Anyways, folks, that's it. We are done here. We're done for today. If you can go back in time and stop Red Dead from being made, you know, maybe Subnautica would be the king. Subnautica was the king, by the way. My favorite game in the entire event was probably Subnautica. And then it was Red Dead 2. And then it was Red Dead 2. But yeah. Yeah, Bloodborne is done. We finished the video. We know the lore. We understand like 90% of Bloodborne. Probably 95. Yeah, we're good. Resident Evil 6 was the greatest experience of a lifetime, you fucking capper. To like that game, you probably have to have a cap all right in your brain to like that piece of shit. You got to be conked out. Day 212 of the event feels like it started just yesterday. That's what I'm saying. Every day I'm cooked out of my mind. 42% of it. I mean, we know the gist of most of it. That's the big thing. We don't know every detail of the game, but we know the overall arcing story, how things came to be, what motivated people in different sectors, why Mr. Mayo gifted 5 more subs, Mr. Mayo. You know what Mr. Mayo's going to get? Red Dead 2 Glaze. That game, every day I can hear Dutch. Arthur, come here. I mean, sometimes when I sit down and eat food, I see clips of these animated conversations. Yeah. Okay, we're not talking about Red Dead. Pack it up. I'm kidding. Dude, Mr. Mayo for 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, bro. Would you like a spin, sir? Can I offer you a spin? Subs, Mr. Mayo. 1 more round of glaze. Hey, Mr. Mayo has gifted some subs today. He's been very generous, as always. The voices in my head. Watching Red Dead with dinner. Bro, I'm addicted. You know what, though? I like bad people in games. I like human characters. I like gangers. I've always enjoyed the thugs of universes. And I think a Western set with thugs and how iconic all of those characters are, it's just so good. I mean, why do you think I like Bilgewater? I like the gangs. I like the fucking weird shit that goes on behind the scenes, right? Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see how that pans out. But I don't know. I really like Red Dead. Well, thuggery is not a good word. I mean, that's what they do though. They're thugs. It's cool to see how people get on in like the worst conditions. How do you survive in the Wild West? How do you survive in a lawless port city? You know, who do you have to band with and what do you have to do to survive? You know, sometimes these people do slink to some depraved shit. Other times they steal from bad people. You know, Graves and TF, yeah, they're not the greatest guys, but they're not evil fucking assholes. They're not like Gangplank. Right? Graves and TF are low-level thugs. Yeah, they'll go hold up a family business, but they're not going to kill the family. It's like, hey, kid, give me that little stuffed toy. Like, no, please. Mine now, kid. See you later. You know, Gangplank would be like, oh, is that your toy? Ah! Fucking shoot it, spit on it, stomp on it. Is this your mother? Oh, is it? Ah! And then take their shit. So, you know, anyways. Yeah, Mr. Mayo, would you like a spin, sir? I haven't heard Red Dead in 2 minutes. Something's off. Gangplank had a change of heart and he married Lux. Gangplank could have had a change of heart if Alawi didn't leave him. Make the gameplay more intriguing. The formula of Rockstar is bad. It's dated, it sucks, it's aged. It's just not interesting. It's just not interesting. I disliked a lot of how the UI was presented, how the gameplay was presented. Playing the game was fun. Interacting with things in the game, not so much. That 0.25, if that was fixed, it would have been way better. You want to spin? You got it, sir. All right, final spin of the night, folks, and we are done here. I'm very tired. The formula is dog shit. You know what, though? Here's the thing about gaming. Gaming is the union of many different artistic endeavors. You've got the music, you've got the narrative, the writing, you've got the gameplay, you've got everything, all of the animations, all these different aspects in creating a game. And sometimes some of those aspects aren't that perfect. Why does Red Dead 2 get such a high rating? Because every fucking aspect of that game is nailed to a T outside of the gameplay. That's why. That's a 2 times, sir. Mr. Mayo, you are getting 1,200 seconds. There you go, sir. Double the time. Excellent. Hey, Mr. Mayo, thank you, man. Well, I don't think I'd ever give a game a 10. I don't know. Until I see a game that has absolutely everything being perfect, I don't know. I don't know. You know, everyone has their own idea of, like, what is a 10 in their book. As an example, everyone in chat, what is your favorite game that you could consider an absolute 10 and all of it is perfect and it has very little to no flaws? What is that game? Take a sip every time you mention Red Dead 2. You're getting whiskey. Good luck with that, sir. Super Metroid, Halo 2 on release, The Witcher 3, Minecraft, Sekiro. Nico Para, 100% Red Dead 2. Close. Baldur's Gate 3. Ocarina of Time. Ivana's played that one. She likes Majora's Mask, though. Like, more. Minecraft, Cuphead. Cuphead, really? Cuphead was... I think the biggest flaw of the Cuphead was the gameplay. It was a bit boring. A bit too repetitive. Mochi. Mochi. What are you doing? Cookie clicker. Well, you know what? The cool thing is it's always subjective. You know, whatever I think, that's what I think. It doesn't matter what I think. You know, we all enjoy different things and we all view art differently. It's always subjective. That's what it is. You know, a dev is going to bring something to the world. An artist is going to make something and show it to the world. And everyone can interpret it in their own way and everyone can enjoy it in their own way. And I think, you know, some people like cutesy poopsy art games. Some people like fucking hentai games on Steam. Some people like Red Dead. Some people like this and that. And, you know, in our own way, all of it's valid. All of it is valid in our own way. You know, we can have collective voices say like, hey, Halo's amazing. Or, hey, this game's amazing. You know, there are products out there that will garner massive success and massive fans, like amount of fans. And it's just unanimous that those games are incredible. And then you've got, you know, the weird niche ones that are really selective and, you know, how people like them. But regardless, we're all right in our own way because it's just what we like as individuals. But folks, I am done here. Well, I'm not responsible for anything but giving my own opinion. I praise Dark Souls 2. I praise Subnautica. I just speak my mind on what I like, and it's as valid as anyone else's opinions. We just like what we like. You know, my voice isn't more important than anyone else in chat. It is as valid as anyone else here. You know, you're an entertainer with the. I'm responsible. I'm responsible. Indirectly. I mean, why? Because I'm the person with the microphone. You're influencing. You know what? In a way, I feel like I can influence people to play games and maybe see them in a different light. The number one thing I like doing with gaming is giving it a chance. If you give games a chance, if you try to understand games, if you try to read into the lore and just delve deeper into production and kind of how it was made, you can have so much more of a deeper appreciation for content. And that's what we do with these games. You made me buy Death Stranding. Death Stranding's awesome, bro. It's not even a walking sim. It's just it's a beautiful game. I don't know what game is tomorrow, folks. You know what? Tomorrow is Papers, Please. Tomorrow is going to be Papers, Please, okay? Papers, Please. Yeah, Papers, Please. Papers, Please, and then on the weekend, it's Split Fiction with Rainsden. Yeah. So here's the game plan. Here's the game plan. We are playing Death Stranding 2 on release. Death Stranding 2 comes out on the 26th. Elden Ring's already done. We beat that game ages ago. If we take a look at the calendar, Rainsden said he's available on the weekend, so the 21st. We are going to play Split Fiction to finish up this tier. So this is going to be done on the weekend. We're going to play Papers, Please into the weekend. And then at that point, we should be able to maybe start something else. I'm not sure. Because we have to be ready for the 26th. We need to be ready for the 26th. So whatever game we can crunch in between the 19th to the 26th is what we're doing. And we need games that we can actually finish, not games that we rush to finish. Games that we can play properly and get done in that time frame. 21st is Saturday. Split Fiction may take 3 or 4 days. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Just Papers and Squirrel. Squirrel could be something. Demon Souls is a mega short. We can't start Demon Souls today. There's no chance. Or tomorrow. There's no way. I'm not a huge fan of Death Stranding. You don't see the vision. Death Stranding has one of the coolest concepts in a game, and that is the inclusion of another Big Bang. What an interesting concept that is so easy to think about, but I don't think I've ever heard of it in any game. The Death Stranding was another Big Bang in the world. And then from that, everything just got all fucked up. Such a cool concept for a game, right? The universe clapped back and said, you die, you don't go anywhere. Like, what? And how the hell do we deal with that? What has spawned from that? It's so cool. Well, the reason I said Demon Souls was back-to-back with Bloodborne is because I wasn't aware of the time frame. And Rainsden said this weekend he's going to be off, so we're going to do Split Fiction, because that was on the list of things to do. I thought we had more time with Demon Souls, and now that we don't, I'm not going to shit on Demon Souls' playthrough for the sake of rushing it to play other games. I can't do that. So I would rather have things be played out properly and enjoyed properly from stream and from you guys than just rush in and, like, beat games for the sake of beating them instead of just, like, understanding them. You know? That's what I want to do, because I don't want to play a game and say, oh, that was fun, next. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. Like, the beauty of gaming and the beauty of seeing these things is, again, sitting down and trying to understand them. That's one of the best things for these games, right? When you play a video game, you're playing a movie. You're playing a whole written piece of art, you know, that was developed over countless years. To rush through it and say, oh, great, anyways, you're just kind of like shitting on the experience, you know? You got to give it a chance. You have to give it a chance. Because you just won't appreciate anything if you don't. So, yeah, that's why. Liza P, I think we did the Liza P content, and then we went back and watched lore. Thank you for the stream today. Good night, chat. Hey, have a good night, buddy. 24 hours to beat Demon Souls. You know what? Let's converse tomorrow about Demon Souls, and if it is kind of a shortish game, maybe we can get it done. Maybe without rushing through it, we can do it. Or we can ask Rainsden to say, hey, well, we'll see. We'll see. Regardless, we're going to see. Anyways, folks, I'm extremely tired. Everyone have yourselves an awesome night. It is time for bed. I will be on tomorrow. So stay safe, be well, as always. Thank you so much for hanging out. And that was Bloodborne. I would say Bloodborne is still my favorite Souls game. I would still say it's my favorite Souls game, to be honest, narrative-wise. The best Souls game is Elden Ring. We can't deny. But my personal favorite narrative is Bloodborne. Easily. So, narrative. Narrative is Bloodborne, otherwise Elden Ring. I mean, how the fuck are you gonna fuck with Horaloo? Come on. The scale, Horaloo. Warrior! Warrior! Ah! How can you fuck with, like Rykard or any of those characters? So good. So good. Consort Radon, so good. It's insane. Anyways, folks, I'm out. Sorry I'm yapping. I will see you all tomorrow. And have yourselves a fucking excellent night, everyone. Let me just pause. We'll converse. You know what? Let me sleep on the Bloodborne playthrough and the video explanations. And we'll converse more about Bloodborne tomorrow for sure, because it is very, very intriguing. But I'm still going to leave it at like a 9. Yeah. One sec. Pause. There we go. All right, everyone. Let's swap categories. Head to bed. Oh, YouTube as well. Sorry, YouTube. We are done here. That was the Bloodborne. What's the word? Wait, are we offline? Wait, we weren't even streaming on YouTube. Wait, we weren't even online? Oh my god. Oh no, we are online. Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh, we had YouTube comments. Love from Thailand, Glorious Evolution. Greg Diaz says, if you want to know more about Cause, I recommend TV Skyne's Analyst. I know that guy. That guy did League stuff, right? Well, his videos are short. We'll see. Again, I'm curious still about a few Bloodborne things, but by the end of it, you know, I think I'm pretty satisfied. But yes, let me go sleep on this stuff, and tomorrow we will reconvene and talk, okay? So, folks, be well, stay safe. YouTube, good night. Twitch, good night. Everyone have a great night, and take care, folks.